We are live. So we're not going to game today. We're going to go ahead and I've wanted to do this, but we're going to go ahead and map Lost Mine of Phandelver, which I plan to run using Fantasy Grounds once I'm done mapping everything. And we'll probably stream that game when we do it. So between now and then, I've got a lot of work to do between getting the map set up and getting the stream set up to run the way I want it to. And I have some ideas to do that. Before I was kind of like, you know what, everybody needs to have a camera, get on, blah, blah, blah. I'm just have to have a mic and be able to speak when you're playing, and that makes me happy. And I've got something that I'm going to do to set up so you'll be able to tell which character's talking, but I have to make that operational and make it set up. But in the meantime, we're going to take the time to map out Lost Mine. The biggest issue with Lost Mine of Phandelver, as far as mapping it, is that this came out when 5th edition first came out, right? And they did not map a lot of the sections. So I think what they planned to do was give people the option to use Theater of the Mind versus using maps. And since I use a virtual tabletop, I do kind of like to have people have something to visualize. So I'm going to map everything. And I'll go ahead and show you what I'm talking about as far as they really didn't give you every encounter and stuff in here. But let's go ahead and go to, I spent some time this morning setting up so we'd have our different scenes. And I had to update my mapping software. So here we have the actual adventure. And if you look, like this first thing, you've actually have a an encounter where you come up on some dead horses and stuff in the road, which we're going to put all that in the road. But if you look, what we're missing is a map. And you have combat with the goblins, right? So we're missing the map. Now, if you look at down here, there are other things where you can set up, which what we're going to do is create some random encounter maps that can be used for this. Because, you know, they're going down a trail, there'll be a pit that they've camouflaged, and the DM will just have to have a zone where you trigger the pit or they notice it. And then they just have to go around it. But we're going to create for the Goblin Trail a couple of random encounter maps. And once you get the Cragmole Hideout, I know they've given us a map, but we're going to make our own. So we're going to remap the entire thing. But also if we go, let's take a look at, I mean, this is, once you get into Phandalin, you know, the map that you have is the town map, but you can go into all these different areas. So we're going to map those out as well. Hey, Avalon, how's it going? So we're going to map out all of these things down to the T. We're not going to do the town map, but we're going to map out Stonehill Inn, the provisions. We're going to map every place that they can go in and talk to people, because you never know. They go to an inn, your characters may decide, let's go ahead and have a bar fight, or whatever they're going to do. So we want that all prepped. And we're going to remap the Red Brand Hideout as well. Once again, we're going to do it so it's all ready for Foundry, our tabletop of choice. But we'll also do it so if you want to import it into something like Fantasy Grounds or any of the other virtual tabletops, that you have that as well. But like I said, the maps are limited in this, and I like to have a map for everything that my players go into because I play on a virtual tabletop. Like I said, actual visual representation, especially when you're playing with people who aren't in the same room, um, I, I feel like it makes a big difference. So I'm going to move this to another screen, and we'll go ahead and get our Fantasy Grounds on top. Not Fantasy Grounds, I'm sorry. Dungeondraft. Oh my God, my brain is just all over the place. I've been thinking about running a campaign on Fantasy Grounds because I own it, but I really like the automation that's inside of Foundry now. I mean, I've got it to where you throw a firebolt and you see the firebolt flying across the screen. Your magic missiles go and everything. Everything's fully automated in that. You don't have all that real pretty stuff. Fantasy Grounds was nice. I mean, that was the first virtual tabletop that I bought that I liked. I started on Roll20 and I really hated Roll20. I'm going to be honest, I don't like Roll20 at all. But you like maps without grids. I end up, I mean, when I do my maps and put them up, I put the grids down just because makes it easier to place the tokens on there inside of that. See, when I do my maps, I make sure that the grid on the map is not really blatant. But once you get inside the virtual tabletop and grid it, that grid that's in your VTT will be a little more blatant. Um, but again, I like having that because of the way that I play. You know what I mean? So it's a personal preference thing. And when I use Foundry, um, some of the things that I've put as add-ons actually look at for like line of sight to see if you have line of sight or partial cover and stuff. It'll look at four corners of the grid. So I put that on there so that the grid is there for line of sight. That way, the way I look at it, have you ever sat at a table and people just sit there and argue about, well, I can see this or that? You know, it used to be in fourth edition, you had hard corners, right? And if you were going diagonally, you know, from this to that, I had players that wouldn't understand that, you know, if you're in a doorway, you couldn't go from here to here because you can't get half of your body to meld through the doorway. And, you know, it was a major freaking argument with this one douchebag where he kept going, look, I can go to here, and he'd slide over the table with his ass on the table. I said, you realize your ass is on the table, which means you have to be able to meld into the wall, which your character can't do. So you have to go out and over. That's two squares. It's not a one square movement. And I still enforce stuff like that. But having, that's the beauty of Foundry. The add-ons that are in there just make it, oh my God, it's getting more automated all the time. Like I said, there's the one spell that was giving me a horrible time, Chain Lightning, where, you know, you hit the one and then it'll go out and hit three other things. And finally, you know, for the longest time, it wouldn't target. It was giving me an incredibly awful time. Where now I've got an add-on that I put on where you do your main target, it targets it, and then it gives you a full list of everything that's within range. And you go click, 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 and then it fires off. Everything makes the saves, and it's a thing of beauty. And you actually see the lightning go out and go bam, and then whoosh, it's a really nice effect. Now, granted, I'm paying a monthly Patreon for that, but my Patreon pays for my Patreons. That's the way I look at it. I have a Patreon where I put my maps up. All my maps go up for free, but I've got people that subscribe to my Patreon, and my Patreon pays for my Patreons for stuff like assets and all these things that I use inside my mapping. And so it nets itself out. But you know, some of the things that you can add on Foundry, just every time something new comes out that people make, it just makes it prettier and more immersive. And I mean, everything I've been adding, every time you do it, it's like just the stupid firebolt. I've got one character, they do firebolt all the time. Firebolt, firebolt, this kind of shit. Now they've got this thing that goes whoosh, and it goes across, little mini explosion, everything goes off. They're like, ooh. Anything that makes your players go, ooh, that's a good thing. So, I really love Foundry versus Fantasy Grounds just because the modules that you can add in there and how it's ever changing. And I think when we get to things that are multi-level here, I think I'm going to start with this project that I'm doing, building my maps out so that they're layered and not, I'll have the main layer where you have the outside background, but then the others are going to be, how do I want to put it? A transparent background with the part that's being mapped inside of it. And what'll happen is you can stack inside of Foundry so that when they go upstairs, they'll go from this level and land on the landing on the next level. And it automatically goes up. I don't have to switch the maps. So we're going to start mapping with the idea that, like on a multi-layered house, you have your ground, and then you have the second, third floor, whatever. They'll go up. The ground on the ground layer will be all mapped out. They'll be able to look out the windows and see stuff down below. And if they're on the first floor, they'll hit the steps. That'll take them to the second floor. Then they'll hit the steps, go to the third floor. And, from outside, they won't see any of it. They'll see the roof. And that's something I've been working toward getting my game set up for so that it's really better representational of what they're in. If you're outside, you wouldn't be able to see all the stuff inside, and I won't have to just block it out. Though instead of just seeing a blocked out area where they can't see, they'll go up, they'll see the roof, see it's a house, and then once they go in through the door, window, or whatever they go in, I don't care how they get in there, then they'll start seeing the stuff inside. If it has windows, they'll be able to see out through the windows. They'll be able to go up, and then it's just going to stack and work perfectly. So I think that's what we're going to work on as we start mapping Lost Mine. And moving forward, any new maps we do for anything else, we're going to design around that multi-layer approach. So let's take a look. I'm going to bring this back over here. Let's take a look at this first encounter. We mapped this using Tailspire. And I think the way that we did it there, see, they never really give us this. Been on Tribord Trail for about half a day. As you come around a bend, you spot 2 dead horses. So we know we've got to come around a bend. About 50 feet ahead of you, blocking the path. Each has several black feathered arrows sticking out of it. The woods press close to the trail here with a steep embankment and dense thickets on each side. So we know we're going to need basically an escarpment going down the side. And the way I built it, when you came around the bend, it kind of built up and created a rock ledge on both sides with some indents, and that gave room for the goblins to be, up on top on both sides, and then in those indents hiding behind, ready to, thump, 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 shoot you as you go by. So I think that is how we're going to do it. Now it says 4 goblins are hiding in the woods, but I mean, we could do it as just a dirt embankment going up, or we could do rock. So let's figure this out. So let's figure our size out first. The beauty of some of this is we're not going to need these mega maps that are 73 by 64 tiles like we've been doing. It's going to be a small, tight encounter. We'll figure the road. Do we just want to make it a cut trail through here where it's 10 feet wide maybe? With a little bit of room on the side? I think that's what we're going to do. So we'll figure 10 feet for that. Maybe... So this is where I've got each tile. First, I tell you what, we can make some adjustments. Let's do this so it's probably too big, but let's do 40 by... That's not going to be big enough. Let's do 40 by 40, and let's see if that'll give us enough room. Because our tiles are 5 feet. Just trying to figure out in my head what we want to do. And I didn't set up our assets, so we're going to have to bring those in. This might take a little while because we just had an update, and it has to reload these stupid assets. Let's take a look at what assets we have in here. Yeah, we have nothing loaded. Look at that. So we don't need water for this one. We don't need a casino for the road. We might need... No, that's art style I don't like. I need to remove that one. I don't use that anymore. We might need this because some stuff could be considered a prop. We don't need floor. We do need terrain for this. Here's the issue. I don't know what some of these are, so let's just go ahead and do all of these. I need to update these because I haven't done that in forever plus a day. We're not going to bring in the legacy assets. Actually, we are. I think there's something I want from there. We don't need the artificial. We might need these. And this is where, when you start your map, you've got to really think out what you're going to need. I think I'm going to bring the storage in and have a chest thrown on the road. Miscellaneous might have some stuff we want. Map bits, that has our compass rose that we use all the time. Mine asset pack might have a wagon. We could throw that down there. I need the... Which one has the... Not sure where the dead things are. I always bring cultists in because some... Well, for inside stuff it's perfect, but... Let's see. Anything else we might want? Plants. See, this one really should be a real easy one to do. This next couple should be an easy one to do. Because they're all going to be outdoors. And then when we get to the cave, we'll have a little bit more we're going to need. But, you know, we won't need a lot of stuff. We don't need that. Let's see. What is that, cabbage? I don't need that. I don't need cabbage. There's a random cabbage on the road. Stop! Fear the cabbage bomb. Alright, so we're going to call that good. So... First, we're going to have to create an actual save. And I think this is a whole new... There we go. So this is going to be Goblin Trail. And knowing me, I'm going to make these things way too detailed for what we need for a 5-minute encounter with 4 freaking goblins. But, you know, it is what it is. Right, so that's saved. We'll click a save. And then we have to... Open recent, so you have to reopen it. And now it'll slowly load all this crap in. I really have to update my assets. I admit that. I was so tempted to start messing with Fantasy Grounds again. I mean, it's still, I'm going to be honest, it still eats at me that I put a boatload of money out on Fantasy Grounds. I mean, I bought all the books across D&D up until I started using Foundry, which I think I'm like 2 years into Foundry now. Um, Plus, you have two options with Fantasy Grounds. We'll talk while this crap's loading. But with Fantasy Grounds, you can either make everybody buy a copy, so everybody puts 25 bucks out, or you can spend 150 bucks and then everybody downloads the free version of Fantasy Grounds, and unlimited number of people can log in and play on your ultimate license. Now, you're the only one that can run. I've never been one that would share my license with anybody, but it does give you that option where you can go in and just let people play. The biggest downside that I had with Fantasy Grounds was if someone didn't update, which there's always going to be an update. If they didn't update, you got to wait for them to update and get in. And then for some reason, you always had this one random person who would not be able to log in and get into your game, which always was a pain in the ass. Now I know they have like virtual hosting. So maybe that takes care of the issues. I haven't tried to run a virtual hosted game, but again, there's so much that's not automated in there where Foundry takes care of your automation issues with all the different modules and stuff that you can download. And it, like I said, it's just prettier. The another complaint, which is valid, is Fantasy Grounds still looks like a Windows 3.1 freaking program. So it's just dated looking. It does the job, but you know, there are better, cheaper ways to do it. So yeah, I made this map probably too big. But what we're going to do, first let's set our background. So that'll be our terrain brush. We're going to want this. We don't want the gravel. Let's set this so it is... I'm not a real fan of a lot of this. Forest leaves. Let's see what some of these grasses look like. It's too bad you can't get that to not look so repetitive like that. It really should. Let's see what this smooth blending does. Get rid of some of this repetitive stuff. I don't know about you, but if I see patterns like that in a map, it just bothers me. And I'm not going to use my tablet today to draw the map. We're gonna try to do this using the mouse, because I want to use the big ass monitor. One of these days, we're going to invest in a larger tablet. The 15 is nice, but I tell you what, it gets smaller and smaller the older you get. if you know what I mean. All right. Sometimes you just have to take that brush and take it in the opposite direction too, so you don't have all these lines going through there. Still going to have, it looks like these little corner sections are going to have some dots in there that we don't like. But that's not as blatant as it was. And we'll break it up. And I think we're going to end up cutting this map down just a little bit, because what we're only going to need is, I guess, about squares there, squares here. Let's get our road cut in. So we're going to use our path tool next. And I think what we'll do is lay out like wagon tracks. Let's see what this does. Yeah. Zoom in. Make a lava road. Ooh, you know, that would have been handy for quite a few maps that we've made. This chasm. There we go. So I think that'll be our path. We can cut that down in size. Let's take it down to... Yeah, we'll be able to do that. That'll look good. So like I said, we're going to want this to be 10 feet wide. Let's get snap off because I really hate that. We'll see if this will... Yeah, there we go. 10-foot wide path. We can kind of make it not be perfect. I think we're going to bring it down to here. That's going to be the edge of our map. So let's cut this down. Change map size. So we still need to bring off what? 4? Let's take 4 off. All right, I'll come up here, go down there. We'll set up the ambush down here. All right, so we have our path tool. I think I want to edit these points a little bit. I'm going to make it a little more gentle curve. Kind of like that. Hey, Feral Gamers. So the tablet that I have, sorry I didn't see this. The tablet that I have is an XP Pen Artist 15.6 Pro, I think is what it's called. I'm using my mouse today, just because I want to use my 28-inch 4K monitor for my old eyes. But I think eventually I will get a larger XP Pen monitor because it works really well and I like it. So I'm leaning towards getting a. I know they've got like a 21. 6 inches will make a big difference. But the 15.6, it's awesome. It's just definitely getting. As you get older, those eyes don't like it. All right, so this will be our path. And one of these days, I I, I tell you what, I'm leaning toward eventually doing more mapping using what's the software I have installed right now? Clip Studio Paint. Because it does give you more usability versus this. I've just gotten lazy and like using this. I have to admit it. I might make this path a little bigger. I mean, I like it enough. My son actually has the same tablet, and he doesn't use it anymore. But in all honesty, I complain about this all the time. Um, I got him the mapping software. He has a tablet. So he's not a kid anymore. He's 25, but I got him that stuff because he always pestered me to make his maps for him. And I'm usually, especially this last year and a half, 2 years, however long it took me to get through Undermountain, Dungeon of the Mad Mage, because his maps are immense. Um, he'd be like, "I need this map." I'm like, "When?" "Tonight." I'm like, "Really?" So I bought him the software, and he still doesn't use it. I'm gonna get rid of that. Let's. I tell you what, I'm gonna make it so it does come in a little bit bigger than that 10 feet. So let's see if this will be big enough. Yeah, see that? I think that I want it to be a little wider than the 10 feet. So, because if you look at it, the actual path is what? This walked area in between. Um, and I think what we'll do, we're going to also layer some wagon tracks on top of the footprints and all, and that'll make it look a little bit better. Yeah, I think that's what we want right there. So let's zoom out. Let's make this curve semi-gentle. All right. So they'll come in from here, go around this bend, and we're gonna mess with those points again. So I'm not really happy with that. We're gonna pull this one back here. I'm gonna bring that down like that. And some of this is just me in my head thinking what's going to make it easiest to get a wagon around this curve. I think that works. All right. So now we're going to want to cut across here because it does say there's a rise. So let's see what we want to use for our rise. See, it's a shame that those are like metal. Otherwise, we could get a nice path cut down there with the parallel wagon path, but I'm not seeing it. Thought we had one. We do. So let's see how this works out. And that's the other thing. It's one of the reasons I'm thinking about moving over to Clip Studio instead of clicking on this stuff like we have to because of the type of graphics program this is. Um, we can just draw. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. And like I said, this is going to be what, 5 minutes, and we're going to spend a shit ton of time making this map. I think we want to make that a little bit narrower. Let's take it down to like here. Yeah, that's better. I don't think the wagon's not 10 feet wide. I don't know what I'm thinking. All right. So we have that done. Now we know this is going to be dense wooded area. Now a lot of times what I'll normally do is just put in the tree trunks. But we're going to put the trees in. And we need to remember, because in this program you can set it so that your tree trunks are objects you can't see through, which you can't see through a tree trunk, let's be blunt. So we're going to add some rocks. We'll put the rise here and trees, and then we'll throw some dead horses like right here. We have a lot of cliffstone. So I think that's what we want, is that grassy ridge. Of course, this dirt ridge doesn't look bad either. But let's take a look. Yeah, that melds in really nice. Now on this side, I think to make it work, we have to go in this direction. Are you doing this map making for fun? I am doing it to prep to run this campaign. And because I use Foundry as my virtual tabletop, I'm using Dungeondraft because all the line of sight stuff, and like when we start putting stuff down that'll block line of sight, since this is an ambush map, everything that we put in that'll create those basic line of sight lines will translate over directly into my virtual tabletop. And when I'm done, I'll put, I always tell everybody, I always put these up on my Patreon so that they're all available for free. I use Patreon basically because it gives me storage to put shit up for free. Shh. Oh, damn it. I know what happened there. But, you know, this is always part of my preparation process. Like I was saying earlier, I spent like a year and a half finishing up Lost Mine, or not Lost Mines, Dungeon of the Mad Mage. There we go. That fixes that. Which I had plenty of time to take my time doing it, but because my group is so damn slow. But also, I don't, if you're not familiar with Mad Mage, those maps are obscenely huge. I mean, we're talking, some of the maps went up to 108 grid squares, and those grid squares were 10-foot grid squares. So they were just massive freaking maps. And it took forever to get those things done. Literally forever. I didn't think I was ever getting that done. But this is all small maps, and even though these are small maps, it's still going to be, I'll take my time, and it'll take a while to get them done. Mostly because I like them to look nice. But, Timo, how are you doing this fine day? Alright, so in this area, let's get the edit off. We don't want to mess anything up. In this area, we're going to have our dead horses. And we need to set up our ambush zone. And I think what we'll start doing now So you're going to play live or online? Oh my God. How about exact? There we go. So you're going to use D&D Beyond to set up your characters and stuff, but see, D&D Beyond doesn't have a virtual tabletop. Oh, damn it. This is going to mess with me right here. Because what it's going to do, if I set these up, so block light, if we set it up to block light, oh God, I might crash. It's like, yeah, I use D&D Beyond for my players to set up their characters, but I use Foundry as my actual tabletop, which is where these maps will go. Let's just pick a hex. Why is it coming in like that? These are, doesn't this say it's colorable? Tree multicolor. Fuck you. All right, so these are just tree green, right? Let's do this. Yeah, the virtual tabletop is where you actually get in and play. It'll have like a chat box on the side, um, where you can see all the actions that happen. Um, Here, give me 1 second. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. What happened? It erased my... It erased that path on this side. Shouldn't have done that. Come on. Bastard. So, like, here's the virtual tabletop. Like, right now, this is where the characters are. Inside of there, combat would show up over here. Like any casting, stuff like that. You can roll dice if required. Your character sheet, which is imported from D&D Beyond. This guy's really fucked up. Um, in here, you can go in, and these are where all your attacks and options are. So it just makes life easier. I mean, you can go in on D&D Beyond, and I got to redo that path, and set up your game, and then just theater of the mind it, go in Discord or whatever and play. Um, but I prefer going in and using the tabletop because it automates a lot of stuff. Plus, I don't think you were in earlier, but I was talking about like the tabletop that I use, Foundry. It's got a lot of stuff in there that as far as automation, it makes things look cool. I've got it at this point now where, like, somebody casts Magic Missile, it'll pop up a box and ask, it'll give them a list of all the targets on the field that they can target. Because Magic Missile, you can do it so I'll go to one thing, or you can do it so that it goes to 3 different targets, and they'll click the boxes for who it wants to hit, and then you actually see it fire off, and and it'll roll the damage, take care of processing it for me. If it's something that requires a save, it'll ask them to roll their saves. Then you'll see, like on a fireball, you'll have this big blast of fire happen on the board. It works really nice. All right. Now let's try not to undo that this time. A-Dove VTT? I don't think I've heard of that. I mean, right now the ones that I have, and the three main ones that I've used are Roll20, didn't like it. Fantasy Grounds was great for years. Then Foundry came out as a one-time investment of $50, plus the fact that I own everything on D&D Beyond. I didn't have to buy my books over again like most virtual tabletops do. And then the modules and all just make it above VTT. Oh yeah, I've heard about that. It's a Chrome overlay, and you can pull stuff in. I was looking at above VTT, but the fact that I have Foundry and it's so freaking automated and pretty with the stuff that's on there, I probably wouldn't change to it. Now, if I was starting out, the fact that above VTT is free, it's a good option. Well, it's free, but it's not. I mean, you have to own your stuff on D&D Beyond, and then it's a Chrome extension you throw in the Chrome, and you basically can throw any map down and create a grid, and then you're ready to play. But it doesn't have the automation features and stuff, and I don't know if it has line of sight either built in, so that's relatively important. I think what it has is fog of war, where you walk into a zone and then the DM will open up the zone, where with this, like if I drop a big boulder down here, that'll create a zone that you can't see through. And because this map is an ambush map, you don't want them to be able to see the enemies until it's too late. But yeah, I just heard about above VTT and looked at it, took a look at it. I mean, it looks interesting, but I mean, the fact that I've invested the $50 in Foundry, it's, that's my VTT of choice. All right, so we have the path down. Only took us 57 minutes to get this far. The rest should go fairly easily. All right, now let's see if we can do this. I'm going to do a quick save. So I have a reference point back in case I delete any stupid stuff here. All right, so we're going to want... Let's drop our dead stuff here first. Corpse. All right, so we need a couple of dead horses. So there's one. And they're not going to both be the same. And two. So that's going to be our ambush point, our choke point. Now this is what I was talking about. We're going to leave the block light on because, like, let's say we take this and drop it here. What it'll do inside of the tabletop, it'll create walls, and the characters looking up won't be able to see what's hiding behind that. That's not the rock we're going to use either, and that's not the size we're going to use. We need something scale up bigger. These are some tiny ass rocks. All right, so we have block light turned on. Yeah, I mean, line of sight is in my opinion, especially on virtual tabletop, I was talking about this earlier, you're going to end up depending on the players. And I've had players where they come in, they'll argue, I can see it, my line of sight shouldn't be blocked. And in D&D, you have line of sight rules. If, let's say, you're standing here, an enemy is here, right? And in between you, this one right here is an ally. You can shoot through an ally without hitting them, but it means you're shooting at -2. You take -2 on your attack roll. And with Foundry, I've got add-ons put in that calculate if an ally is in between you and your target. It calculates if a wall, like there's a corner and you're going across a diagonal so that, basically half of you would be covered. It'll do all these calculations, whether you have partial cover, half cover, full cover, all this kind of stuff where it can be -2, -5, or you really can't see it, and it settles all arguments. And trust me, if you play enough, there will be stupid arguments when it comes to whether or not you can see something, whether or not there's line of sight. So you want to make sure when you're putting stuff on your map and setting up in your game online, in my opinion, everything that takes any type of, what I consider really stupid arguments, because it's really dumb arguments that people are going to have over stuff like this. It takes them out of play. So the fact that I've automated everything in my game for that kind of stuff, I don't have those silly arguments. But before I found some of these add-ons and started using them, and I'm throwing these all down just because I don't want those to be just obvious, hiding spots for this ambush. So you're gonna go in and lay some stuff down along the way to make it look like there's rocky terrain. And this is all going to be covered in trees and crap by the time we're done too. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to put trees down in two pieces here. I'm going to put the tree trunks down, and they're not going to see those. But I'm going to put the tree trunks down, and then I'll put trees on top of them. Because what will happen when you put the trees down, have this big tree. It's got a trunk like that, and you got the tree. It'll end up blocking light from the tops of the trees, which you can see through that when you're down on the ground and that stuff's 30 feet above you. So I discovered that at one point when I was putting stuff down that, it did create some issues. All right, so that'll take care of that. Now let's do. Yeah, it never ceases to amaze me the dumb arguments that you can have with players at a table over things that should be relatively obvious. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. So we just want to place some tree trunks down. We're gonna randomize them, which this scatter tool actually lets us randomize. Still too damn big. There we go. All right, so let's do tree. And depending on the map, a lot of times what I'll do, instead of putting, the actual tree cover down, is just do this and tell them they're in some pretty thick forest. These trunks are all a little bigger than I want. I need a bigger spread. Skaga6, thank you for the follow. How's it going? All right. Let's pull this size down just a little bit. There we go. That's not too obscenely big. I mean, some big ones aren't bad, but... Never let you watch. Well, that's probably a good idea. I've told my players, you can come in, stream, and watch because they're going to forget what's what. My maps got to where they were 6 months to a year ahead of the game. We've been playing Lost Mine, or not Lost Mine. We've been playing Mad Mage forever. We're, 2.5 years in, and I think they're on level 14 finally. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I make the battle maps, but, like my players are all generally at work, so I don't have to worry about it. I think my players just hit, they're level 13 now. I think they hit level 13. It's been a long dungeon crawl. It probably could have been cut down in half, but we started pre-pandemic as I used to run Adventures League at one of the local game stores here. And I ran it and literally had 20 tables, 20 DMs, and roughly 170 players a week coming through there in one night. So we had 7 to 9 we played. Well, the pandemic hit, everybody still wanted to play, and it ended up where I said, look, we started on Fantasy Grounds. I said, look, I've got Fantasy Grounds. We can go ahead and continue playing. We'll just play online. And everybody was cool with that. So that's, pretty much what we did. We started playing on there. And the problem that I had was these maps for Mad Mage, the squares are all 10 foot by 10 foot squares. So I had to remap everything. I mean, I could have kept it, and once I moved over to Foundry, there's a thing where you can set your grid inside of Fantasy Grounds too. But in Foundry, there's a thing where you can regrid and set it to the 10x10s to 5x5s, and everything works fine. Now, I ran into other issues because I have Mac users, and some of those maps went above the 8,900 whatever pixels that they have a limitation that they can view graphics on, and some of these went to like 10, 12,000 pixels on any direction. So they would only see gray and not see the map. So I started then remapping everything, splitting the combat maps in half, putting teleport zones so that you hit this area, you would go down to the bottom half of the map and stuff like that. And it just became this massive. Lila Give Butter. Thank you for the follow. It's greatly appreciated. Hope you're having an awesome day. But, it became this thing where I had everything mapped, and then I had to remap when I realized my Mac users weren't able to view the maps that I spent all that time making. So it became, it should have been, I was mapping 1 day a week. And then I got to where I was doing a couple days a week for a while, trying to catch up and make maps that half my party could see. Play on Roll20. 2 players live in California, 1 in Alabama, 1 in Tennessee, Ohio, 1 player in Germany. DM's in Georgia. Yeah, I've got, once I get this done, I've got a player in England, Brazil, and Sweden that want to play when I'm ready to run it for them. So I'm gonna have, and I'll probably add 2 more players so we have 5 in the group, so that if one's out, it's only 4 players instead of going down to 3 or 2, which will make combat a bear. But yeah, it's the time zones can make things difficult. All right, now we're going to put the treetops on. And I'm these trunks are going to be too big, but I want the line of sight cut. So honestly, this ridge should be tall enough that they can't see over it, but I'm just going to tell them, they really can't get up there without making checks because they just need to be going down the road. It's more obvious. I did this map in Tailspire and set it so that, it had this big rock face on either side. That's a 3D mapping software, but it's been a while since I did that in Tailspire. It looks really cool. But, you know, Tailspire is a totally different animal. It's really not suitable for playing on. It's just really cool for making 3D maps. I mean, that's my personal opinion. It's not suitable for playing. Not yet. Now, I think there is an add-on you can throw in there that lets you use your D&D Beyond character to generate your rolls and attacks. But there's still I'm lazy. I've gotten so used to the automation inside of Foundry as far as not having to track hit points on NPCs, PCs and stuff like that. I mean, I still have it there so I can see it, but I've gotten lazy, and I really appreciate the automation on that program. I'm going to be honest. Let's make the logic a little less fuzzy. There we go. We're gonna mix it up here. So we're gonna take these up in size. There we go. We'll do a couple of different of these. Just played on Foundry for the first time last Friday. Foundry is flipping awesome, especially if you're playing D&D. I mean, they don't want to say it, but this is problematic. The shadows are going to be problematic with those trees. Look at that. I've got shadows pointing in different directions, like they're multi-suns here. Light sources. I can't have that. That'll drive me nuts. That will literally drive me nuts. Let's do this. We're going to keep some of the smaller trees kind of there. Lately, how's it going? Yeah, the Foundry is definitely my tabletop of choice. It's kind of funny because I got Foundry, and then because I was running Mad Mage, and I hate black and white maps. I can't help it. I hate black and white maps. Um, because I hate black and white maps, I started looking for map building options, which I had one that was called oh, what was it? It was it was a Steam program, and it worked well, but it's not maintained. So I needed to look for something else. Then I found Dungeondraft and discovered that all of my line of sight items. Fuck. See, this is a problem. I think I laid all this stuff down using this instead of this, where here I've got block light turned on. Here I don't have it turned on. So that's a problem. That's fine. I'll just have to go in manually in the map. And you know what? That's not acceptable. If I don't have more than 100 items down, I can get all these off. Haha! And these all have to come off. All right. So this has block light on. Oh, You know what this made me realize? I could lay all those things down. I'm going to try something real quick. I have not tried this before, but let's see. We're going to experiment. We're going to use the scatter tool. I'm going to lay down like 4 or 5 trunks. And that's awesome. Four by four. See, I don't really care about the trunks. So let's take these down in size again. I just care about variable size on this. So let's we're going to use the same trunk for everything. Because they're never going to see it. So let's lay 6 trunks down, and then I want to check something. So when we select, there is. So this has block light on, or does it? Off. So I could do this and do that. We figured it out. I mean, I still look back on my days back in the 70s playing AD&D. I mean, if you really want to go back to playing Chainmail and that original white box version. And I still look back on those days with nostalgia. All right, so should be able to do this. Go off, on. Those should all block light. And the reason I'm toggling it, I want to make sure that, because some of them have block light on, some don't. Now they all do. So now the tops of the trees won't block light, but the trunks themselves will. See, back when I grew up, that's what we had. We had tabletop games. I lived in Maryland, in Baltimore, and most people aren't familiar with the company, but there was a place called Avalon Hill Games, and their headquarters was there in Baltimore, and you could go to the Avalon Hill store and buy their tabletop games, things like Third Reich, um, Starship Troopers, all these board games where you just had, cardboard map that would fold out and a bunch of little cardboard counters and stuff and a couple of 6-sided die. And that was, that was our gaming. And then there was another store down there that, man, they had some, what the hell was the name of that place? It closed down such a long time ago, but we'd go down there to get D&D books. That's where I got my first Traveler box set and played Traveler back when it came out, Traveler 1. Stuff like GURPS. What was another one? Champions, the superhero role-playing game. Played so many of those fucking games and had such a great time. it was... We were kind of lucky that way because we had easy access to those things. I know they're not really good tree colors, but we're going to use those anyway. A little variety. These are like 3x3, so I think we need to bump this up a little bit. There we go. Really want to put something up there. There you go. See, the block light is off on the treetops now. The only thing it's going to block is going to be the tree trunks. So that's what we want, is the trunks to block light. And it leaves it so that this little ambush area, which I'm going to put another rock here. Oh, come on. Fuzzy logic sucks. We're going to scale this up a little bit. We're going to put it under. So that's there. With my kids, I got them both into tabletop games. I mean, got a massive collection out there. And, you know, that's been one of the fun things getting them into is, you know, getting into some of the gaming and stuff that I enjoyed doing when I was younger. All right, so these are all set to block light. Right? There it is. All right, so we'll put our goblins in here behind the rocks. They won't see them when they come around. And then also in Foundry, you have this option to go ahead and set the things so they're invisible. I usually do that just in case line of sight fails me, because it can fail you. So once they come around the corner here, it'll be like, ah, and the goblins jump out and start plowing them with arrows. But we're going to call Goblin Trail done. Well, see, that's the beauty of virtual tabletops. They can be wherever the hell you want, they want to be, and they can still play with you. And I tell you what, with Foundry, I don't know. I always push this damn program. It's in my opinion, it's probably, if you're going to pay for a virtual tabletop, it's the best deal in virtual tabletops, because instead of paying monthly like you would to have all the stuff on Roll20, or pay 150 bucks like you do for Foundry or for Fantasy Grounds, it's a $50 one-time buy-in to buy Foundry. There's a massive community of people that are building mods for it, which I use a ton of mods that make it even more automated. But one of the real nice things, it has a built-in audio video that you can use. Now, it doesn't, I'm going to admit, it doesn't work great when you're self-hosting, because it's a peer-to-peer network, the way it works. So let's say I'm playing with 5 other people. I'm sending that 2.5 to 5 megabits per second out to 5 people. So it becomes, let's say you're maxing it 25 megabits a second. You're sending 25 megabits a second of data out and receiving that same in. And every player in your group has to do the same thing. Now, across the bottom of the screen, you have the boxes, and you'll see automatically inside of there the people you're playing with. The audio chat comes through really well. The audio chat's perfect, I'll be honest. But the video can be a little problematic if you have, and let's face it, we're going to have players that maybe don't have enough to get that 25 megabits a second up and down running. So I fix that by doing virtual hosting, where my server is hosted online someplace else. Everybody just sends and receives once to their site, and it's all good. Now, you do have the option you can set up. It becomes a little more complicated. You can set up a Jitsi server and do your AV through that, and then it'll go across the bottom and have the audio video working perfectly, because it's just sending once, that, let's say, 5 megabits a second up and down. But what I like about it, it does have that built in, where all of your AV is built in on the program, and you don't have to have something separate and pull the crap in on the bottom. So, it's there's a lot of stuff in there. I was talking about it earlier. I've got one module that I use now that somebody casts a firebolt. You see a firebolt going across and going pop, blowing up on the thing, and then it rolls the damage and all that kind of stuff. Works really well. It fixed the issue with chain lightning that the program itself had. Now to go in, it'll hit the first one, then the other 3, it'll pop a drop-down box. If you really want to hit your allies, you can. You can go click, 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 hit 3 people within the range, and bam, it hits everybody with the chain lightning. I love Foundry, I admit it. But I'm going to say, for a simple 5-minute encounter, we're going to call this map done. And when you export it, the tree trunks, the rocks, everything's going to have line of sight built in. Because this has a rise here, I mean, you could technically put terrain walls here, but I'm not going to set it so the rise is so high that they can't see above it. It's going to impede them getting up and down. And anything up here, if they're down here, I'm probably going to provide half cover from the rise. But if they want to get up there and fight, they're going to have to spend half movement to get up, and then they can fight up there. But we're going to call this map done. Random encounter maps should be simple and ready to rock and roll. And, I mean, this is as simple as it's going to get. I keep turning that. Let's get it back to where I want it. There we go. And let's click here so I don't turn that anymore. So there we go. Goblin Trail, done. Simple maps. I like simple maps. All right, so let's save. I mean, we could really, if we wanted this to be ultimately pretty, we could add bushes and a bunch of other stuff, which honestly, you know what? I'm not going to call it done. I think we are going to add some bushes and foliage and stuff on the ground that'll give a little extra cover. And let's do that. See, I do that all the time. I talk myself into not being done. I don't know why I do that. I let myself talk myself into the not being done. So I guess let's make the map a little prettier. How about that? It is. You sit there and you're like, I'm done. And then all of a sudden you're like, wait a minute. I'm not really done. Let's put some stuff under. So we're going to have to come in and select these so that they do block light. We do kind of want to randomize these things a little bit. So again, it's not obvious that we've set an ambush down there. I mean, the players have to know there's something that's going to happen because you're like, hey, we're going on a map now. But I am going to make maps for every encounter that you can possibly have inside of this adventure. They did not do that when they made it. They're like, oh, players will be able to role play. It's like you're going in and you're talking to a freaking banshee, and they're like, your players can role play and get the information they need from the banshee. And it's like, I know my players. You say banshee, and they're gonna fucking start a combat where they're supposed to just basically role play through it. So I'm gonna go ahead and make the maps, and they're gonna go ahead and screw up as much as they choose. I give my players free agency to die as often as they like. Let's face it, this will help cut down line of sight a lot here, too. I do kind of want this stuff here so that when I place, that it'll make sure that that line of sight is cut down even more. Let's see how that looks. That places that stuff there. Now I need to select all of those. And do this. Come on. I'm not trying to move it. And that's another reason I like this program. I mean, I could go in and have an easier time with placement and other stuff if I used Clip Studio Paint to make the maps. But the fact that my line of sight will transpose over when I import the map makes up for some of the hassle of using the program. Spent his 2 weeks between games preparing, then we throw curveballs at him. Didn't expect. Oh my God. That reminds me of I was sitting there, we had a regular Sunday group. Most of my I'm going to admit a lot of my gameplay over the last dozen years of so has been because I run or ran, it's all pre-pandemic, ran a lot of public play events. And I had one group that was just our private group. We didn't, if we didn't know you, you didn't play because, it was a long-term game. And so we're sitting in there one Sunday, and there's this group that was playing Pathfinder. And I swear to you, we would spend 5 to 6 hours every Sunday playing, right? We sat down. They came in about a half hour after us. We played for 6 hours. They left about half hour, 40 minutes before us. So they played 5 hours. They sat down and the table decided to go shopping for 5 hours. That was their entire role-playing day, was shopping. And I don't know. I just laughed my ass off because they spent the whole day shopping. But it was nuts. And you could tell the DM was getting frustrated because they're wasting time looking for, do I find this? Do I find rope that's pink? Do I find, and it's like, what the fuck does it even matter? I mean, it was the dumbest shit that I ever heard, some of the stuff that they were looking for, but they spent the whole day shopping for all of this weird shit that would never make a difference in game. It's like, you'll never see it. Oh my God. I would have just been like, if they were asking for stupid stuff like that, I'd be like, look, if it's a common item in a specific color, yes, you find it. You spend an hour because you have to run from shop to shop because everybody looks at you like you're crazy because you're saying you need pink rope. But yes, you find fucking pink rope. Let's move on. If it's a specific magic item that I have to roll on roll tables, because you do have to roll on tables in Pathfinder to see if, based on town size and stuff like that, yeah, they may or may not have it. But if it's something like that, we'll roll. But no, we don't have to spend all day looking for nightgowns. Do that in real life, not in game. I mean, there's a reason I don't go shopping with my wife. That's why I'd be like, look, if you're looking specific colors and stuff like that, you find it, mark it up 20%. Say you spend an hour looking for it because the shopkeepers are all looking at you like you're crazy. But you know what? Go for it. Put it on your character. You can describe how you're wearing whatever silly stuff you felt you needed to buy and use it in the role play. But let's not role play uh, all the bullshit of finding the stuff shopping. That poor DM. I felt so sorry for him, but he didn't nip that in the butt. And it's kind of funny because I guess about a month and a half later, that group stopped playing. We never saw him again. I don't know if other players just got totally frustrated with the mega long shopping streak, but yeah, they didn't show up after a while. All right, so now the bushes all block light. Well, see, with stuff like that, I I always establish limits as to how far I let a group go, mostly because a large portion of my play has been in public play events. So, if somebody wants to role play seduction, sex, anything like that, the minute they start, I'm like, nah, you can roll, your charisma. Yeah, they're fine, and that's going to be it. We're not going to role play in front of a group of strangers that happens. And then for a large portion of the time when we were playing in our private group, I mean, my daughter was like 10, she wanted to play. My son was younger. And, I had some guy that sat down and wanted to play like that. I said, number one, there are children at the table, so that's never going to happen. Number two, if you want to push it, I'll be more than happy to knock you the fuck out. That guy didn't come back, and that took care of it. But because of public play with the massive age groups and stuff we have there, I have literally kicked a half a dozen people out of public play events for doing shit they never should have done at the table. Um, and I think I've talked about this in one of my YouTube videos. I had some guy that he wanted to play an auto role play an autoerotic asphyxiation fantasy. No, that was like auto kick because he wouldn't shut it the fuck down. Um, just oh my god, the fucking sick shit that people decide they want to role play at a public play event. No DM or no coordinator should allow that to happen because you don't know. I mean, I had a motherfucker sit down. Excuse my language, but this really pissed me off. This asshole sits down and he starts to want to role play raping a character. I'm like, stop right there. Number one, there were like a couple little kids sitting over. That's not pushing the limits. That's just being an asshole. And he wants to rape something, right? And I shut him down. He's like, well, I throw a gold piece on the table as I leave, so it's not rape. And I'm like, you got exactly 30 seconds to pack your shit up and leave before I come across the table and beat the living fuck out of you. And the people I knew, they were like holding me down because they know me. I will go across that table and fuck somebody up for doing that kind of shit. I have a short fuse when somebody does that stuff. But I've run into so many people that want to do stuff like that, and I've kicked them out, and I've told the store. I don't even ask them beforehand. I tell the store this person did this. I banned them from ever coming from to the store again. They're like, fine, we'll watch for him, and he can't come in. I don't ask permission. I'm not. I can't allow that kind of shit. I'm a dad. I can't allow that shit. What is that? Trust me, I don't get it either. Why are they doing it? Because they're sick. Where did that even come from? Where did that come from? Oh, you know what that was? Watch this. That's my road. It's got to be my road, right? How did that get turned? How did that get turned like that? I got to redo that path. Can I make it turn? Yeah, exactly. There we go. I must have been actively spinning my mouse. Yeah, that's my road. That's better. There, we added some color to the map. What do you think? I think that's good enough. In all honesty, you read the encounter, they come in, they come around the bend, they say horses with arrows with black feathers in them. They come down to investigate. Swap, swap, swap. Four goblins jump out and go, ha ha. They kill them and they move on. We're done. I'm going to force myself to say we're done. All right, so it's saved. Now this is where the important part comes in. So we're going to export this as PNG, JPEG, WebP, and Universal VTT. The Universal VTT, there you go. The Universal VTT allows you to import it into Dungeondraft, and everything that I set that blocks light, all of those terrain things, everything will automatically set your line of sight. Whereas if you don't do it that way and import it, then you've got to, if you don't want your players to be able to see or walk through this rock or these tree trunks, I mean, they'll be able to walk through the trees, but this takes care of them not being able to walk through a physical tree trunk. And it also takes into account that software that I have built into Foundry where it'll say, hey, there's this thing in between you and a creature. Take -2, or you have no line of sight, depending on how much cover it gives, because it calculates cover. So that's why I always use the Universal VTT, because it makes my life as a DM so freaking easy. So I will be nice. I'm going to export the PNG and the others as grid on and grid off. And the Universal VTT, I will export only with grid on. And we will upload this one today, since this one will be done. The next one might be done too, because we're going to do 2 road maps, because again, there are 2 other encounters in there they didn't map, because they're assuming theater of the mind. They should never assume. But we're going to do 2 separate random encounter maps for the trap and the spike pit. There are 2 different traps there. So we'll go ahead and build those maps out. And I do want some random road encounter maps. All right, so export. Yeah, I mean, here, we'll pull this over so you can see it. This was Dungeon of the Mad Mage. This was, what, 23, 24, 25 maps to complete it. And what I was talking about earlier with the stupid size of some of the maps, like Dwemercore, that came in under the 8192 pixel limit. I'm trying to remember which ones didn't. All right, so this, we ended up having to do this in a top and bottom section map. Laylee, thank you for the follow. So we had to do this as a top and bottom sectional map, and it's also a multi-level map. And using Foundry, you can set up teleports so that they hit the steps and it teleports them up to the stairwell on the top level, and then they can keep going. But like I said, for some of these new maps that I'm going to do, I'm going to set it up so you approach a house, you see the roof from the top down, you go in, the roof goes away, you're on the first level. If there's stairs going up, it'll go up to the second level. If there are windows on that second level, you can look out and see the ground and everything around you down below. That's one of the really nice things in Foundry, that it gives you all of these line of sight options. And the ability to layer your maps. And we made this map fairly big. You think about it, it's 4,000 by 2,700 pixels. It's still fairly big, but you know, we wanted to give them the road path here coming in, and there's our ambush. All right, so PNG will export. What I'll do, I'll end up sorting these into folders. So is that the name of this? No, it's Goblin Trail. Goblin Arrows is the first couple of things that can happen. Goblin Trail. And we'll do grid. The tool I'm using for this is Dungeondraft. So we can export the PNG without a grid for somebody that really is grid averse. But like I said, the reason I like this is because it has that built-in ability to transpose walls, doors, windows, everything over to Foundry automatically. All right, JPEG, grid on. And this is the first time I'll be uploading grid and gridless maps. Here's the thing. The beauty of Dungeondraft, it's a $20 program. Now I spend a little bit more on the maps because I do Patreons for assets. But it works really nicely. And I do this because depending on programs, you're being very bossy. Just because Tuna's barking doesn't mean you get to bark. She disagrees. Oh no. I used to keep the puppy cam on all the time, but then I went back to using my green screen because I kind of prefer the green screen. Um, and now they all lay under my feet, so you wouldn't be able to see the dogs. But I've got like 3 beds over there, and they prefer to make me dad uncomfortable because, you know, that's more fun. So we're doing this 100 pixels per inch so that the detail's better. Normally, I'll end up doing the really big maps at 50 pixels. So that helps cut down the size. But because this isn't a huge map, we're going to keep it at 100 for resolution. And we're going to leave the grid on for the universal VTT. That's, you know, that's my personal choice because it makes it easier and the grid will automatically flip in for you at the right size. And I'm not sure if you can import those universal VTT files into other programs like Fantasy Grounds and Roll20. You would probably have to have some kind of add-on to make it work. Thanks, you, Laylee. You have an awesome rest of your day, too. Hopefully we'll see you next time. Hopefully I'm not mispronouncing the name too badly. All right, so that's all of our exports for this map. The next two maps are basically just going to be trail maps, and we'll look at the trail description. After they defeat the goblins, any inspection of the area, place a stage ambushes. Trail leads 5 miles northeast, ends in Cragmole Hideout. As players to determine the party's marching order as characters move down the trail. The order is important because goblins set 2 traps to thwart pursuers. About 10 minutes after heading down the trail, the party in the path encounters a hidden snare. If they're searching for traps, all right, so that's just a snare trap, and then there's a pit trap. So we'll do 2 separate little roads, and we'll set it so that it makes sense for the snare. We'll have an overhanging tree, and then we'll take it from there. So let's do new map. Let's figure out what we want. Since it's just a trail, it'll be what? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 50, plus another 30, so 80. 80 wide. 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we'll do 16 wide by the same width. So the height will be 16. You know what? Let's just round it out to 20. So we can leave that asset selection there. And we're good. And we'll just have the road going like right down the middle. Oh, fuck. I thought my daughter was late for class, but she dropped that first class. So she's going at noon. So I have, in 30 minutes, I'm going to have to leave for about 10. So let's go ahead and do what we did before. Oh my goodness. Prairie. I don't even remember which grass we did. We did like grass sparse. Let's do grass 10 this time. Tell you what, we're going to paint it in and see if that takes care of the repetitive nature of the autofill. It doesn't. There's still a pattern there. That's fine. The pattern will be broken up once we drop our stuff down. Alright, back to our path tool. Do we still have the same path on? We do not. That's a blood trail. Blood trail would be funny. Might make the characters nervous. Now for this, we're not going to need the ridge. Take snap off, and we're going to go... I did find some, there's like a new tool that I found where you're able to pull in assets. And let's say you've got just a stock encounter map for on a road, but there's maybe you're happy with that map, but there's some stuff you'd like to drop on it. What the hell was that called? I think I still have it up. Let me take a look. And I found this because one of the things I get assets from, they started actually making the assets so that it works in this. Let me pull it up. Moulinet. So apparently that's an add-on for Foundry where you can have assets sitting in a folder and just pop them in and drop them on whatever map you're using. So I might look into that as well because it does sound interesting. Like I said, there's always cool shit coming out on Foundry. So I think we'll do the same thing. We're going to throw trees along the side, throw some bushes down. One of the trees will have kind of overhang here, or a few of them, and that'll be where you'll be able to throw in your trap somewhere in the middle of this road. I know we found the wagon path here. There we go. Those tracks. All right, that's the width we want. It's close enough. Close enough for government work. Let's edit both these paths. There we go. Wanted that to be smooth, not with a gap at the end. All right. So there, it looks like a wagon's going down the path. Let's pull up our scatter tool. Probably went right by it, didn't I? There we go. And again, I'm only worried about the blocking light aspect. So we'll set this trap tree about there. Put another fairly big tree here. So we'll have a couple overhangs. And we'll plan on this one to be the one overhanging enough right there for a trap to trigger. Now, in all probability, your players will disappoint you. Not even be rolling perception checks to see if they are going to hit a trap, and they will hit the trap. Or, if you're hoping they hit the trap, it won't be a disappointment. It'll be more like, yay, they hit the trap. In which case, good for you. These are coming in a little small. All right, so tree. Some bushes. Another thing you can do, you can always come in and go looking for specific assets if you know there are packs that you want to find. Um, I think what I'll end up doing, I might actually end up installing that module so I can import these things in and use them, or I might actually create a token for the cart. It's probably the best idea. And I think what we'll do here is for the line of sight, we'll only use the big bushes to block line of sight. All right, so that way they can be worried going down the road, seeing some of these big ass bushes next to the road after they just got ambushed. And I will say the one thing you have to do when you go into your tabletop into Foundry is you'll click on the terrain lines that this thing will create, and they're going to look just like normal wall lines. You're going to want to convert them to terrain lines. That way they'll see the bush, but they won't see behind it. And maybe in another stream when I'm actually throwing this map in there and prepping that campaign, I'll show how to do that. We'll see with this, it's going to be, this map is really going to be a good random encounter map for just road travel, right? So you'll be able to pull this in and use it for traveling down the road. But like I said, this one is going to be set up so when my characters get about here, they're going to have to look for that trap or blang. They're snared, whoever's up front, and hanging upside down looking like a fool. Granted, there's no attack that happens. It's just an embarrassing moment for the character that everybody can laugh at. So maybe I'll throw a few rocks down just for giggles. And on these, we are going to make sure they block light. We're going to put this under. We'll just put a rock here. few things to make people nervous. And some random rocks, because why not? I mean, that's one thing I've learned over the years. Players get lazy. The people who play those characters get lazy. And they forget that if you are not constantly running perception, yeah, there'll be some things that you might want to throw in and just have as you'll look at the character sheets and be like, all right, your passive perception's enough. You noticed it. You noticed something on the road. I won't say what, but I'll be like, you noticed something on the road. They'll be like, where? And I'll ping. And then they go over and they investigate, maybe do an actual perception check, and they don't discover the trap because they fail it miserably. They're like, you must have just imagined it. And then I'm not going to let every other player go, let me roll, let me roll, let me roll. That character had his opportunity. Then he walks ahead. Blam, he's up in the air. I'm not a real proponent of, if you tell us a specific character, you need, roll a perception check. You're doing it for a reason because they are in the danger zone. And if they fail it, they fail it. Go, just had your roll. And then they step forward, they fall in the pit trap, they hit spikes, and they're hurt. But you can't go tell everybody else who wasn't even thinking about rolling perception checks, everybody else roll one. Maybe be kind, and the guy that's right behind them say, go ahead and roll. Maybe you notice something. But I'm not going to let everybody in the row roll. You know what I mean? The point man should be the one checking this stuff because they're the one that's going to fall into the shit. And I don't really like it when all of a sudden everybody goes, I'll roll, I'll roll. No, your rolls don't count. I asked that person. So, and it's just like, I get a little bit picky about stuff. Stuff like lock picking. It always annoyed the shit out of me because you'd be in a dungeon and you'd be like, okay, if they're lucky, they have a rogue. A rogue kind of sucks, so most people won't play them. And it's a shame because I really like rogue characters. But you'll have a rogue and they'll go, okay, I'll roll to pick the lock. And they fail. And somebody else goes, well, I'll pick the lock. First of all, I go, do you have lock picks? No. Do you have proficiency with them? No. Rogue, do you want to let them use your lock picks? Sure. And then I make them roll at disadvantage because they don't have proficiency, they don't have skill, they have no reason to pick them up. This other guy's trained the whole time. I even used to carry a set of picks, which I have 2 sets of picks over there. But I used to carry a set of picks and a lock, and I'd hand it to the person and I'd say, you pick this lock, you open that lock in the game. And they'd look at me and I'd be like, hand it to me. I'd pull the picks out, go pop, pop, pop the lock open. And I hand it back to them and they couldn't open it. I'd say, you see, I've practiced and trained. You haven't. You can't fucking open the lock. So I don't let anybody do anything in game. It negates. Here's the thing. I don't like negating the skill set of a character by letting everybody pretend that they have the same skill set because they don't. So I never allow that kind of stuff. I'm pretty hardcore on it. Like I said, I used to carry a set of lock picks, and I pick the lock, say, look, it can be picked. You hand it to them, and they sit there and fiddle, and I'm like, we can wait an hour, you'll never get it, and we keep moving. And it kind of hammers the point through to them that if you have a skill set, you can do it. If you don't, even if you have a tool, you're still useless with that tool. That's me. I know there are DMs that are like, oh, I'll just let everybody do everything, but I'm not a fan of doing that. I never have been. I probably never will be. Would you stop bossing me? So this is just a simple traveling down the road snare trap map. And that's what we're going to make it. This is our snare trap map. But your cats probably aren't as loud as Miss Thing down there. Right? Nobody's as loud as you are, Miss Thing. She drives me nuts. All right, so what do we want to title this? Curiosity. All right, so we're going to name this... I don't want to name it Snare Trap, because if they're dumb, they bring it in and they title it Snare Trap. It'll show up as Snare Trap on the virtual tabletop. So we're going to name this Goblin Trail Random 1. Because DMs will do dumb things like that sometimes. They'll bring it in and be like, oh, wait a minute. Let's go ahead and name it Goblin Trail Snare Trap. And then your freaking players are every 30 feet going, I'm rolling perception. I'm rolling perception. I'm rolling perception. They're not supposed to be doing that. They're supposed to get surprised and learn to roll perception. I mean, here's the thing. Lost Mine of Phandelver is what I consider a learning adventure. And harmless things like a snare trap that don't do damage, teach them roll perception. You know, be careful where you're going. And so that's why we're going to make sure we name it carefully. I need to save this title. All right. So we're going to export. Oh, I know. You're so mad. She's so mad. And I think what I'm going to do, just to make my life easier, the ones that have a grid, we're just going to give it the name on this set of maps. Old Dirt Road. There you go. So we did the PNG. I think I missed the JPEG. All right. So I've got to drop my daughter off real quick. I'm going to put the Be Right Back screen on, and we'll be back in 10 minutes. We'll see y'all shortly. It was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh, shit. Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first...
We're full ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane.
His head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is still overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought, chat. Hold on. You're mine! Oh! Oh! Ah. That's it! Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading! They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is.
It was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is never overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. That was the first.
We're full ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been the nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is still overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought, channel. Hold on. You're mine. Oh! Ah. That's it. Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is.
Ah, it was worth
Hardpoint is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is never overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're full ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
His head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running. It's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane established overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you got to tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought, champ. Hold on. You're mine. Oh! Ah. That's it. Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is.
All right, we're back. I just let the pups out. I'm going to let them have their bio break. So I'm going to go let them back in, and I'm going to drink my lunch real quick. So I'll be about 2 more minutes. Then we can map. All four of you. Go on. There you go. Do you have to position directly under my feet? I think they do. Move. All right. Let's see. We can see if we can put the puppy cam on now. Luna's the only one cooperating. She likes her bed, so she makes it easy. Being grumbled at from curiosity and squeaked at from Elf on the Shelf for belly stuffing. Can't use the F word. Yeah, because you're eating. Mine, no, I don't. I used to be really. When I had Jelly, I would feed her from the table. She was my baby. My daughter was always like, "You love that. You love that dog more than me." And I'm like, "Don't ask questions you don't want to know the answer to." But she was my baby. I am positive all the old viewers of the stream that used to be in all the time probably just to watch Jelly, Mr. Jelly. All right. What just happened? I hate that. I run 4 monitors, and sometimes I'll grab something from another monitor and move it, and it like automatically screws up my windows. I love that. Yeah, we got Ellie when she was 11. Now she was a rat terrier, so you expect them to live 18 to 21 years, but she ended up getting cancer in her spine, and from the time we found it till the time she went down, it was a matter of months, and she went down fast. That's what I'm looking for. I want to see what I saved on this. I don't think I did grids, but I need to make sure. Yeah, my girl died in June of 20, and I'm still not over it. Like I said, she was my constant companion. Pretty sure she owned me. It wasn't the other way around. All right. Maps. That's what I was doing. Lost Mine. So we have Goblin Trail Random 1, and I did JPEG, PNG, WebP, and the DD2 VTT. None of them with the grid. So I'll do the non-universal tabletops in gridless, and then we'll call this map totally saved. No Frid? Really? Yeah, like I said, Jelly was like, she was my favorite child. I'm pretty shit. You know, I'm saving these as no grid, and look what I'm doing. Grid on. Yeah, Jelly did. And I called her Jelly because she was jealous of everybody. If any dog or anybody, mom, you know, the wife, kids, nobody could come near me. She just wanted my attention. She didn't growl or bite or anything. She just got really hyper and pissed off because she owned Dad. But she and I did everything together. All right. So the snare trap map done. We'll do another map and we'll make it a little bit different. And then I'm going to look because I believe this is one of those adventures where you travel 4 or 5 days between locations. So that means that you have potential random encounters both day and at night. The at night can be problematic because, you know, that messes up your long rests, which can be important. Um, but I need to also generate random encounter maps for the trails as well as set up an encampment map. So we're going to get all of these rando maps done. Then we'll move into the encounter maps where, like I said, most of them are meant to be you go in, you get information, right? But like the one, you walk in, there's a necromancer, there are a dozen undead. The undead start coming to you, getting ready to attack. If you talk to the necromancer, he'll call off the attack. And he wants information. That's really what he wants. He's there for information. He's not there to kill anybody. These are just his bodyguards. But, you know, I don't think most groups, I'm going to be blunt, play smart enough to understand that you can talk to NPCs who are not really there to hurt you. They're just trying to get some information, or they're explorers like you. And I've played with so many groups. The group I'm playing with right now, we had one player. He was the king of the murder freaking hobos. And I am so glad he doesn't play with us anymore because I kicked him out of the party. But, oh my God, you couldn't go anywhere. There was one point where they were going along in Undermountain, and you come upon this little goblin child who's sitting there crying, and she's like a quest giver. She wants to get back her doll that she lost or was stolen by one of the mean kids, and it sends you to some place that ends up being worse than that. But you can ultimately get stuff back that's hers and give it to her and make the little kid happy. Well, this son of a bitch, I'm role playing the character, and I see a die roll on the virtual tabletop, and the fucking goblin child targeted. He shoots the child in the head with a fucking arrow. I had to keep, even though it's a goblin child, it's a child. And I had to keep the rest of the party. I should have just let him do it, but they were going to kill and murder his character because he had done so much stupid stuff over the years that I think everybody had had enough of this guy. He was just the biggest fucking asshole player I've played with in a while. So I think what we're going to do, what I like to do inside my map folders, I need to create a folder here. This will be, I think it's Goblin Arrows. Let's make sure. So we're going to set it up in 2 separate folders. The chapter 1. So we'll set chapter 1 as a folder. I organize probably too deeply, but so that's the chapter. And then we need Goblin Trail. And that'll encompass these maps that we're doing. And then we need Cragmole Hideout, which will be a bit more detailed map. I mean, you know, you run into players like that, and it's just like they can drive you crazy as a player and as a DM. As a player, I have a tendency, I mean, if I would have been playing when that guy just thumped an arrow into the child, I would have killed his character right there. And that would have been it. Yelled at your character for cooking for the group, I would have been like, fine, don't eat. Make your own fucking fire and cook your own food, asshole. And that would have been it. But yeah, I have a low tolerance for dumb stuff. All right, so we saved this. Let's go ahead and do one more save. That's Goblin Trail Random 1. We'll make sure everything is on it that we want on it. I mean, there are times when I've run like, I never run a straight druid. I'll run like a druid multi-classed. But I've always got good berries. And if I can roll a d10 and have enough to take care of everybody, I'm like, here, everybody, if you want one, take one. You're set for the day. And characters never argue over free food that feeds you for the day. And, but if somebody's going to be like, my character cooks, I'll be like, go for it. I'm lazy. I don't want to do it. I mean, in real life, I do all the cooking in my house because I really enjoy it. But in game, if somebody wants to do that, then my character will be a lazy bastard and won't cook. Ever. Ever. All right, so let's go ahead and create a new map using the same dimensions. Trees. Trying to do swipe on a Apple Watch sucks. But yeah, I have a low tolerance for quite a few things in game. And I here's the thing, like with I'm very cognizant of the fact that unless you're a real close group of friends playing together, and everybody knows everything about everybody, that certain type of role play should never happen at the table. I mean, I was very careful with. There's one level in Mad Mage where basically you come in. There are two rooms that are kink rooms for drow. Where they're basically doing sex play and torture in there, the way it's written. And I was I warned everybody that that would happen eventually on this level, when they got close to it. In fact, I stopped the session before they got into the room, and I told everybody, that this was the type of thing that I disagreed with it being in there in the first place, because you don't know who's going to play. But I will make sure that I tone it down, but there are certain things that I do have to describe, not in detail. So I need to know if anybody's extremely uncomfortable with that. And someone in my group actually has issues because of things that have happened in their life that I toned it down extremely and didn't give details that needed to be given. And but I always, there have been quite a few modules and things over the years where things have been written into it that I don't believe should be written into a module that could be played by anyone in any age group, and it doesn't take into account life experiences where even something like that could bring up previous trauma. So I never allow that kind of role play at my tables unless we have the one group where we were a tight knit group. We played all the way up until pandemic. Then we played online for a while, and then, things changed and we stopped playing the game. But in most cases, I am extremely careful about that, and I'm not the kind of person who will see how far I can push a DM, because I don't know how far you can push the person sitting next to you that's not the DM, or what is going to, maybe they won't vocalize it at the table, but maybe it's going to be something that they may not want to come back because you've made them extremely uncomfortable. So I always take that kind of stuff into account and consider I can't possibly know everything about everybody, what their life situations have been, and what could make them extremely uncomfortable. So I think that's the way everybody should play NGM, because you've got to be courteous of everybody at the table. And I've always been, if I DM and I've got a fucking edgelord sitting at the table, they're going to be gone within 10 minutes. I'll tell them you need to cut the shit out or you're fucking gone, and I won't allow you to sit at any other tables here at the store when I'm running public games. I won't allow it because I don't know any of these random people who has problems. And I do know some of them that have had serious issues because we've gotten to be friends over the years. But I think that's very important to make the table safe for everybody. We'll see. If you weren't running it and something like that happens in game, then the DM should know that ahead of time. Or when they see something that could be, a very big trigger, you should tone it down so it's not. And I go out of my way to do that as a DM. I my personal opinion, it's an extremely shitty DM that doesn't think of that ahead of time. You can't assume that because you think something's cool, that everybody else is going to be cool with it. That's just me, though. I'm personally not really sensitive to anything. I get angry thinking about if it's my daughter sitting at the table or someone who has something and somebody does something. That's when I get pissed off and I'm ready to beat the shit out of somebody for doing something they know is wholly inappropriate that should not be happening at the table. And the people that sit at the table that have know me very well, they know I'm not putting up with bullshit from people. All right, so we're going to do what we did on that first map and see if we can... Yeah, that's... See, I don't like this. I think I'm going to find a secondary terrain and paint over this. And maybe even a third terrain. But I think that's always a little bit problematic that people don't take into account that there are things that you need to be cognizant of and actually give a damn about potentially how you're affecting those around you. I had somebody come in and they DM comes over and they're telling me that this player is they basically rolled a 12-year-old and we're trying to do this whole pedo thing with another player that they came with. So because other people at the table were, upset, pissed off, put off by these edgelord fucks, I went over and I said, so you both need to re-roll these characters. Why? I told them why. Well, we should be able to play what we want. I said, you can, just not at my tables. So re-roll the characters or get the fuck out. They got out because, they wanted to make people uncomfortable, but I just don't allow that. And like I said, I really feel as though DMs have a responsibility to make. I'm going to admit, I'm going to admit I don't like the phrase safe space and stuff like that because it gets misused so badly. But as a DM, you do have a responsibility to make sure that your game is. Why is this not doing it? Is a safe space for people coming in. If I like that. I don't like that. Let's get rid of the wet mud. Why did that turn to wet mud? See, my rule is I always go back to this. My rule has always been if I read something and the first thought that comes to mind is this could make somebody extremely uncomfortable, then it's going to get edited and not role played at the table. And it shouldn't be. You know, if one of the things when you're reading something, it says this could make somebody uncomfortable, then that should be your clue that it should not be done at the table. You know, the idea of a role-playing game is for people to have fun, not for people to feel uncomfortable or be like, man, that was awful. I don't want to come back next week. You know, your job as a DM is to make people have fun and make them want to come back next week. Make them want to play. And let's face it, if it's a first-time player and that's their experience, they're not going to think, well, maybe I can find another DM who's not a jackass. They're going to think, oh my God, this is a horrible experience. I don't ever want to do it again. And we shouldn't be, you know, as DMs, that it's our job to make sure that that's not happening. I mean, it's a role-playing game. There's going to be some violence. I mean, the minute you say roll initiative, you're not rolling initiative for a pillow fight. There's going to be blood and gore and violence. So if somebody's walking into a stream or a video or a game of D&D or something like that, expecting it to be fluffy bunnies and fairies running around and everybody lovey-dovey, they're in the wrong game because that's not going to happen. You but there are limits to what you should and shouldn't do. And I'm saying that as a matter of fact, not opinion. Because we have to be courteous of others. If we're not, we're no better than animals. In fact, sometimes I think animals are more courteous than people are. GM wanted to bring in pregnant women for vampire food. We're like, nope. 2 young women playing with fertility issues. Another player dealing with sick newborn. We're not going to eat pregnant women. I've had cats, and I'm going to say, cats can be royal fucking assholes. And I will also say that, I had one cat that was like my favorite cat ever, named Gabby, because, she was very vocal, but she ended up dying young. She had some type of kidney issues, but that's beside the point. I ended up naming my daughter after the cat. But Gabby Cat was a good girl. I don't know. What do you think? I'm still not 100% sure about this terrain. Maybe there's something else we can add in here. My cat Gabby was Gabby Cat. I'll say that. She was the only cat I ever had that, didn't do the kneading you thing, when they sit there and punch your belly because they think it's funny, and all the shit that they do. She would literally sit there. My wife thought it was hilarious because she would sit there and she would take her paw and lay there all night petting me. I didn't have to pet her. She just wanted to lay beside me and pet me all night. Or if I passed out on the couch, she was lay right beside me. She was she was like a dog cat. She wanted to hang out all the time. She just wanted to be by dad, and she was a good cat. I had another cat where if you went and petted him, you had to watch him the whole fucking time because after 3 or 4 pats, he'd turn around and either claw you or bite you. He was a fucking cat from hell. And then Mickey, she was a good girl, but you know, she was more of a cat. She'd come out, be like, "Hey, rub my butt," and then walk away. Fucking Grendel, he was a monster. He wouldn't claw you or anything, like come after you, but you go over, he'd look at you like, "Yeah, you can pet me," and then he wouldn't even give you warning. He'd be like, "I'm done," and go to rip your hand off. We definitely named Grendel appropriately. Alright, so there's our path. You are grumbling a lot today, Tessa. Yeah, I think by mixing up some of these terrains definitely gives it more texture that nobody's ever going to see because of trees. But you know what? Dad likes experimenting. This road, we're not going to put any wagon tracks on. So wherever somebody wants to place their trap, they can put it anywhere on here. But let's go ahead and start placing some trees. Exactly. That's why I did it. I think it ends up looking much nicer. You can only expect so much magic from a vector graphics program, let's face it. How big is that going to be? Ooh, you know what? That's actually perfect. So let's do this single tree. Again, it's a stump. It's just the actual stump. We're putting it there for blocking terrain. And my daughter, she's been pestering me like the last couple of days. Are you going to the store? She always pesters. She wants to go to the grocery store. She's 19, but yeah, when are you going to the store? I want to go to the store with you when you go. It's mean, but I won't take her to the grocery store with me. If I go to the store, I can get all the food that I want for the meals and planning in leftovers and stuff like that for a week for about $100, maybe a little more. Definitely more if I decide to smoke a brisket or something like that on the weekend, because brisket's gone crazy price-wise. I can't believe I was actually excited when I went to Costco last week and they had brisket at $3.99 a pound. You know, that is obscene. But beside the point. I won't take her to the store with me anymore because where I could spend, let's say top, I put 100 to 150 if there's anything special I want for dinner for the week, right? If she goes, that turns into a $300 to $400 bill because she just keeps throwing shit in the cart. And she drives me insane, absolutely insane with that shit. So, I'm always like, I'm not going to the store. I'm just going to do a Walmart order. So I did that last night, and I said, look, I'm at $86 for food that we need for the next 5 days. Don't go crazy. And it still ended up being a $200 order when she got done. Kids will drive you freaking crazy. I mean, she'll probably be annoyed tonight because, my number one, it's D&D night, so most of the time I'll go ahead and just order something on DoorDash, or I'll go out and pick up some junk food. Today's my eat bad day. I mean, I said I was going to drink my lunch. I just drank 1,180 calories, protein and stuff, because when I get done this, I'm going to go and deadlift and train back today, power lift. And, colorable, that's what we want. And, tonight, I'm really leaning toward doing, pastrami sandwiches tonight, because I'm in the mood for some pastrami. And she won't be happy about that. But you know what? She doesn't have to eat it. That's a fairly sizable drop there. This is what always throws me, is my choice of sizing on these spreads. I admit I can get fucking expensive to feed. I put out money on stuff like protein and stuff, so because I count my macros and all with all the working out. And that stuff definitely doesn't fall into the realm of cheap. All right, that's a good road. And do we want to be bushy? I'm really tempted to see. Let's go back to our terrain brush. Chocolate 1 week every month. Yeah, I'll always have like one weekend a month where I may decide to do. Dad loves fire in his smoker. I admit that. That used to be my be right back screen, was my firebox going. But once a month I might do like a brisket and ribs all at the same time, big cook like that, and tell my son to come on up and just have a shit ton of food. And I kind of like that. I do. I kind of like that. Especially up close. Definitely looks nice. At least once a week, I'll do. There's the old Northern Italian pasta recipe, which has become my favorite sauce recipe. I'll double it, so it's undoubtedly unhealthy as shit, but it's fucking awesome. I'll do. You throw in 10 tablespoons of butter, 2 cans of whole San Marzano tomatoes. Because I'm doubling, you take a whole onion, leave it in 2 halves, and I usually leave both the ends on so it holds it together. You put that in face down because that eats the acid out of the sauce, and then a little bit of salt in there. And you cook it over 40 minutes. I use a potato masher to break it down a little bit more so it's not really chunky. But I'll do that, and then I'll throw in some crushed red so it's like an arrabbiata sauce, and I'll just either do some mustaccioli noodles or some penne, toss it all in there, and dinner's done. I'll use the same sauce in a single batch. Like, I got hoagie rolls probably one night this week, maybe tomorrow. I'm going to do meatball subs, meatball parmesan subs. But I've also got chicken to make some teriyaki. I've got another big batch of chicken. Don't know what I'll do with it. I might do garlic chicken with it. And then kick back to my childhood is once every couple of weeks make some sloppy joes because I don't know why I still like that shit. I do like, and here's the thing, if you go to my Instagram, it's real easy to see. My son gives me a hard time. My Instagram is always barbecue. Let's see what the last thing was. The last thing was a pork butt smoking. And the pork butt I do lazy. I'll do that on the Weber kettle. But let's see, the last couple of things have been a pork butt, fucking brisket, another pork butt, 4 dozen wings, maybe more on the smoker. Let's see, what else? Couple of, oh, that was a test. Yeah, I didn't dig that. It was okay. I tested chuck roast on the smoker, and it wasn't bad. It wasn't as good as a brisket. One of my favorite things to get a couple of tomahawks and cook them. But that's my Instagram. It's all food. It's kind of funny. Yeah, if you want to see nothing but food pictures, and maybe pictures of monitors once in a while, since I'm always fucking with lighting and monitors in the room. Yeah, that's my Instagram. My son has for years given me a hard time. He's like, "You're a gamer and a streamer, and your Instagram's nothing but food." And I'm like, "But I like cooking. That's the other thing that I do all the time." when it gets really warm, I'll end up like once a week doing what I like to call a smoking stream. I don't smoke, but I do smoke meat. So every 25 minutes, I have to go out and add another piece of wood to the smoker because I use a stick burner. I don't, I like using certain kinds of wood, and I'll get a half a cord of wood out there and keep it, make sure it seasons, and then, that's my wood for a year and a half. But yeah, my smoking streams are me getting up every 25 minutes to go throw another log on the fire, check the temperatures and everything, spritz the brisket or whatever I'm cooking, and that's my stream. So those usually end up being mapping streams too. So I'm not like in a boss battle and have to go, shit. All right, we are going to throw some bushes down. I lied. We're going to pick colorable assets again. Tessa, you're cracking me up. She sits down there going, oh. I'm laughing at you. I laugh at you all the time because you're funny as shit, Tessa. We must have a shrubbery. She's very dramatic. I always kid and say the only reason we have her is because she's a hoe bag. They found her on the streets when she was pregnant. And she popped up right after my jelly died. And I saw pictures of the puppies. I really wanted one of the puppies. They were like little jelly beans. They looked just like her. And one of them did at least, but they were all just like her. And but we ended up getting the mama dog. She's very dramatic. Aren't you, young lady? She's not a ratty, but she's kind of colored like one, and then she's got a lot of cattle dog in her. So she's got the rat terrier spots and the freaking, the big rat terrier spots, and then she's got the cattle dog splotches all through her fur. She's got some freaking chihuahua in her, so I refer to her as a chicattle dog. Where are you going, chicattle dog? Are you going on camera? She might be. Here, we could put her on camera. If it was Thor, he'd be like, no. I used to have another camera that I had to adjust manually. Then I got this thing. I love this freaking thing for the pups. Oh, wait a minute. There's Thor. I shouldn't say his name. He'll get up and move. No digging. No digging. I see you digging. You're on your side. I can still see it. He's moving. He's like, I hate her. She's going to kick me in the face. I think she's working her way over. She plans to kick Tuna out of that bed. Tessa, no. Stop messing the carpet up, little girl. She's very bad. Yeah, I said you're bad. Don't fuck with Tuna. She'll bite you. The little dog will bite her. She doesn't put up with any crap. Now she's sitting on my feet again. But yep, she's a brat. Honestly, the ultimate brat is the little dog in the bed. I had to yell at her this morning. You know, I feed them all. You'd never plan on getting a second cat. When I had Pepper, my landlord told me about a kitten my neighbor had that was being mistreated. Walked downstairs, knocked on their door. Oh my God, that when you after you get done, that reminds me of how we got my one dog Sammy years ago. Samson. Asked them if I could see their kitten and said, "You don't get him back," and walked away. Now, the first house my wife and I had was a townhome, and there were houses behind us, and there was this one couple who didn't matter what time of year it was or anything. You know, this dog got left outside. Well, I'm out there building the deck on the back of my house. Been there 6 years. He must be happy there. But I'm out there building the deck on the back of my house. You know, I had finished all the stuff, and I'm on the joists, starting to set the floor planking. So, you know, it's not like I could easily walk on and off. I'm sitting down, straddling, and cutting making some measurements and cutting. Well, it's thunderstorm's starting to come in, and I'm trying to hand stuff in to my wife, you know, on the basically the first floor because it's above the basement, but trying to hand it in because I didn't want to drop my power tools and stuff down off of this deck. Well, I reach back and go like this, and I hear this bang because I made the mistake of assuming she was still there. My power saw hits the ground. I look, she's jumping the fucking fence over where this dog is as the storm's rolling in to grab him and bring him over to the house. So she brings him in. It ends up just being this massive downpour, which it was a good thing he got brought in. But bring him in. We sit down to eat dinner, and she sees that the jackass, the husband, is back home. So it stops raining. I had just finished cooking steaks, and she goes across to, you know, tell him it was starting to downpour. Brought your dog in. He shouldn't be left out like that. I'll bring him back over. And he goes, my wife and I are getting a divorce. That's her dog. I was just going to have him put down. You can keep him. So that's why we got him. Her jumping a fence and keeping him. The funny thing is, she comes back. You know, I'm watching because I don't trust, you know, other people not to do something stupid. And she comes back in, sits down, and her plate has like half a potato left and her steak. And she's like, did I eat? I'm like, I don't know. Did you? And Sammy's sitting over there licking his lips on the ground. So apparently he got mom's steak. He didn't take dad's. He was smart. But yeah, that's how we got our one dog. My wife kidnapped him. That's nuts. I think I'm going to throw a few fruit bushes in. You know what I'm going to throw in? Let's do this. You know why I attacked her earlier today? Because he's a cat. That's exactly why. A random log. I mean, it's always still my contention that cats can be dicks. My son ended up getting a cat. He's in an apartment with his girlfriend now. And Jesus Christ. Really, Loki? Did you kick her out of there? I didn't even see that. Are you gonna live? And you know, he got a cat, which my personal opinion is a horrible idea because when he moved out, I guess sometimes you can hear them. We have birds. And two are his. Really, as far as I'm concerned, you can have the other two that I brought home when my mom died because I fucking hate the one. But you know, if you have birds that you want to take out and leave on a tree stand like we do, you really, yeah, they probably will spend 8 hours trying to figure out about the goddamned log. But you know, birds and cats really don't go well together. So, and he's going to have, if anything happens to us, even, let's face it, when we go, I've got a military macaw that'll live to be like 70 years old. So he's going to have that for a long fucking time. He's going to have all these other birds who are long lived, and cats and birds just don't go together. But it won't be my concern because I'll be gone. All right. That's just a random encounter map. I mean, I was hoping Tessa would kill the one bird because I hate him that I brought back from my mom, and no, she's afraid of him. You were a hired assassin and you didn't do your job. That bird is awful. He when we first got him home, my mom always swore she never cussed, she never did this, never did that. We all knew she was an evil woman. I'm just gonna say it. Anybody like I said, everybody that if Tiny's here or anybody that's like long term, I've talked about it a lot. And she was an evil woman. You know, she was basically a freaking Klansman. And you know, first thing I do, I get him home, get up one morning, walk into the kitchen, and I get to hear in my mom's voice, "You're a whore." That's my wake up call in the morning. And all this other crap that you hear out of this bird. And I'm just like, oh my God. He is so fucking evil. And then one day I came out and I'm so tired of hearing it. You know, I come out and he goes, "Whore." And I said, "Dickhole." I only said it once, but now everybody walks around and he goes, "Dickhole, dickhole, dickhole, dickhole." Fucking African Greys, you can't say anything in front of them because what you don't want them to pick up, they will pick up. So my response now, which my wife is laughing because he says dickhole and his name's Duke, so I say Duke hole. And now he's converting over to saying Duke hole all the time. I guess not knowing that he's kind of insulting himself. So, fuck it, birds. At least in the military, all she does is scream, and once in a while she says, "I love you," or goes pop, yelling for me. Oh my God, the things that that bird says. My wife, when she was working from home all the time, um, he'd be out there cussing. And fortunately, the people on her fucking conference calls would be laughing. But he's such a miserable bird. And some things I swear he does on purpose. When I had Ellie, the evil woman that had her before I got her, because she barked, put a no bark collar on so it would beep and zap her to try to get her to stop barking. And my contention is, if you don't want barking, one, you don't get a dog. Two, you definitely don't get a rat terrier. So when we got her, anytime, like if the smoke alarm, the battery in that would go up and it would start beeping, she would just be convulsing and shaking, just terrified that she was going to get zapped. He realized at one point that the beeping made her freak out and shake, and he would start beeping just like the things that scared her, and then in my mom's voice go, I don't think that that was coincidence. He was just being evil and laughing about it. So I really don't like that bird. He is absolutely evil. Absolutely. All right, so that's saved. This will be for this map. Somewhere along here, you'd need to put a pit trap. Somebody's going to fall in there. If they didn't learn from the first trap to be careful. I think yelling, no matter what gets to a bird, to an animal. I mean, I have a naturally deep, loud voice anyway, and you know, when I actually yell, they all stop whatever they're doing. with Tessa, the crazy one. I have to yell at her at least once a day because she jumps on. I mean, when we got her, they said she was 2 years old. Well, she's grown since we got her, so she wasn't 2 years old. Apparently, she was a very young hoe bag who got pregnant as soon as she could. The first time she came in heat at like 6 to 9 months old, whatever the youngest is. And we got her young. So she's still like mega puppy. She jumps on. You can't really tell Loki is. Oh, you moved after you kicked her out of the bed? Such a brat. But he's 18, but he still runs around and plays all the time. But she gets a little too rough, and I have to yell at him because I'm not putting my hands in between them when they start going at each other. He gets to where I've had enough of you. I'm done. And she just doesn't figure that out. Because she's just not that bright. All right, so let's export this. Grid on. Let's get all our grid ons done. So Goblin Trail random 2. It's our JPEG. That's our PNG. And let's get our universal VTT. Now we'll turn grid off. See, we cater to everybody. Grid lovers and grid haters. Hit by a car at 4 weeks old, taken to shelter. Got her when she was 11 weeks old and spent a year doing physical therapy with her to teach her how to jump and use stairs. That's crazy. Damn it. I'm determined to do. Alrighty. So that's our 2 random encounter maps. I'd say this one can definitely be used as a road random encounter map for anything. The other one's very specific with that. Rise and the dead horses. And we're probably going to make 1 or 2 more random maps just for the hell of it. Let's take a look at... Let's take a look at this adventure. So we know we've got to do Cragmole Hideout. This will be a not difficult map, but we're gonna redo it so it looks nicer. I mean, it's not a bad map, but we're still gonna make it nicer. And then, if we look at the description here, see, like I said, this was when D&D 5e first came out, so there's a lot of stuff in here that's basic information, but trying to get DMs to figure out how to run the game. The only time that I like to run Lost Mine is if I've got brand new players who have never played before. And I mean, I place restrictions because I want them to learn to play the game and learn the rules. So your characters, if you play Lost Mine with me, it's player handbook only. You're using just the player handbook races. We're not going to worry about building shit from other stuff. And I do that because I really feel like a player gains no benefit from looking on the web and looking for what's the best build that does damage. And they're pulling in shit from every book without understanding how things work together, what the rules are, or anything else. So Lost Mine is my training ground, my training wheels module for new players to come in and learn the game. And, the other one that I use for new players is something like Horde of the Dragon Queen, because it's a little bit longer, it's a little bit more fun, a little more open world, but I still put the same restrictions on for new players because that gives you, 7 levels to learn your character, how to build, and how to play. That's me. I mean, a lot of DMs out there, they don't care if people pull down web builds. I find web builds to be more troublesome than helpful. And that's why I've always refused to do web builds. I think if you want to learn to power build, you should learn to power build, not go look at other people's power builds. The way I learned to do power builds in every system I've ever done, hey, there's no problem with that. I mean, like I said, I start with player's handbook only, and that sufficed for like the first year to 2 years of the game. We didn't have anything else. We started with Lost Mine, then we had the Horde of the Dragon Queen, the 2-book thing, and we had something else come out, and those were all player's handbook only, and we had a great time playing. Then they started with all these splat books. I mean, that was the issue with 4th edition. 4th edition was splat book hell. It was like every 2 months a new splat book would come out. And, that's back when you had, what was it called? It wasn't Adventurers League. It was it Expeditions? Or Encounters. That's what it was called. D&D Encounters. Which was awesome for new players and DMs. I romanticize those days because those days of 4th or 5th edition or 4th edition were great. They would literally 5th edition did it too? It doesn't matter. What they would do is send out a packet, and as the coordinator, you'd let them know how many tables you had. They would send out X number of packets. Each DM got a packet. In each packet was a module. The module had a combat, an encounter that would take 2 hours. There would be some role play and a combat. That would take 2 hours. It was designed to fit within the 2-hour parameter of encounters itself. And along with that would be a thing of punch out cardboard things. Every monster or creature or named boss had its own punch out counter. You would also get, DMs got a D20 themed to the week, which was freaking awesome, or to the 2-month period. And encounters would last for 8 weeks. You'd have 8 encounters, and then at the end of that, a new fucking splat book was coming out, and you'd get a new encounter packet. It was awesome. And then Wizards got cheap as fuck. They stopped the encounters thing, and they started saying, and then everything else from that point forward was you had to buy it, even though you were donating your time as a DM to go and run their public events for them. And I found that objectionable. I mean, if you're asking for DMs to commit every week their own time, the least you can do is throw them a bone for coming out and doing it. I mean, most of us do it because we love what we're doing, but it's nice to get a bone thrown to you like they were doing. When they cut out encounters, our store for the DMs, for a good while, they'd give you 30% on books and 50% off on dice, stuff like that. And then they stopped doing it, which, You've got to show appreciation for your DM, so there's no reason to show up. Let's be honest. I mean, they always knew I appreciated them coming, but I wasn't going to pay them or give them shit. So, for most of this, you've got roads. Some of these areas are going to have like a couple of days travel between. So, I'm still thinking we're going to need to make an encampment map. We're going to need to make. I mean, look at this. This is fairly big area that they're going to be traveling, right? So we're going to need an encampment map. You can use that for every downtime or long rest set of encounters because you're going to have random rolls for encounters during the day and random rolls for encounters at night. Personally, you can just use one of the random maps that I set up, and that's what I'll probably do. I might make one or two more later if I find some specific encounters that look like they could be interesting, adjust it to those encounters. But like I said, we're going to map this out much more detailed than what they did. So we still have Cragmole Hideout to do here. And then we'll take a look at this stuff. I mean, you have this list of encounters. And I personally, you need the inn, the Ruffian's Hideout, and Cragmole Castle. Those are necessities. I don't think that they have maps for all three of those. So let's take a look. Red Brand Ruffians. So they do have them. I'm still going to redo them so that they're Foundry ready, and I don't have to do anything once I get into it. And then this, within a day or so, the adventurer's arrival in Phandelver, a confrontation with rebels becomes inevitable. Can happen after confront at the Sleeping Giant Tap House. Characters assigned to investigate Tresendar Manor. Skip the encounter and go straight to Red Brand Hideout. If the character show no interest in the Red Brands, a gang of ruffians seek them out and pick fights in the street. So we'll need a street map for that possibility. And then we'll need maps for the Tap House and the Manor. Which is this. So we know we've got those three maps we have to do. And then I think I'm going to map out the town. We'll do the inn because they're going to go in and talk to them. I mean, honestly, you just give the player version, put that up, let them look at it and be like, what's this, what's this, what's this? But any place that they could possibly have any type of encounter, role play, I'll create a map for it so they can see where they're going. This provisions, that'll be their shopping stop. The orchard, they've got a quest to send you on, which we know this Old Owl Well, if we look at that, there's no map. Oh, they do have a map, so we'll reproduce the map here. So we'll have to figure that out, how we want to map that. But like Wyvern Tor, there's a crag, anything we can happen. The Orc Scouts are Many Arrows tribe, works often roam more civilized areas. So they could have an orc encounter, so we'll go ahead and build the crag. There's an orc camp. We'll build that. We'll rebuild this castle. So 24 miles per day, a period of 10 days. So they've got 10 days of travel. You have possible wilderness encounters. So you need maps for day and night. So we'll probably set up a couple more road random encounters, as well as encampment. So there are a lot of maps in here that we need to do. It's going to take a while. And I think when they get to... No, that's not it. Let's take a look here. And that's another nice thing. You've got random encounter tables built into Foundry. And, you know, you can just roll that, make it hidden, and pop an encounter on them wherever. But yeah, we're going to redo all of these maps inside of Foundry, so they're our own. I've run it with their maps. I want my own maps. I'm funny that way. So yeah, Wave Echo Cave, that's the end of it. So I don't think any of this stuff's going to take a ton of time. We're not committed to like a year of mapping for this. And what we might end up doing, I think I'm going to have to set a schedule. I know every Wednesday we'll probably map. And then I'll probably set another day for mapping and then 3 days for just our regular gaming. I mean, we just started Andromeda yesterday, so we're going to go through that. But let's start doing Cragmole Hideout. Let me just take a look how long I've got. So she's got a test at 2:30. Probably until 3 is what I've got. So let's do it. I think I downloaded this to use for as a guide. Curse of the Rat King. Yeah, randoms can be fun. Sometimes randoms, you know, if that table rolls against you, the randoms can be deadly as hell. Yeah, that's always dangerous when one person in the party can talk to them and everybody else is like, kill them. Like I said, I've had too many murder hobo parties. I do discourage it, but 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18, 19. We're going to do that at 22. 22 high. That gives us a little bit of room. And what's our width? Let's say 30. I think that'll fit. All right. So now I want to make sure I've got hold on. Apparently she's done early, so I'm going to be gone for 10 again. Let me go pick her up, and then I'm done driving. Tessa, you going to be a good girl and go to your room? All right. I'm sorry, but I'll be back. It was worth it. It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh, shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is never overhead.
Die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're full ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
His head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running. It's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is just overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Ah, yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought.
Hold on. You're mine. Oh! That's it. Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is.
Ah, it was worth
Hardpoint is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is never overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first...
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been the nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is just overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Ah, yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought champion.
Hold on. You're mine. Oh! Ah. That's it. Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
Oh my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter spy plane is.
Ah, it was worth
Hardpoint is
it.
secure.
It was so fucking worth it. Here, let's try it. I like that. Oh shit.
Spy plane available for tasking.
Spy plane is never overhead.
Die, 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 die! We got it to work that time. I knew we could do that, catch an arrow and shoot it back. But that was the first.
We're pulled ahead.
How'd you fucking feel?
Yoda made it look easy because Yoda's a dick.
Enemy spy plane inbound.
Ah, his head was just popping up. Room in here with the computer and everything running, it's always warm. The wife's like, I want to go in the warm room. I'm like, no, you can't come into the warm room. You know, it's one of my rules. Anyone rude gets killed in a game. And he was rude.
What's going on here?
And it's funny because that's been the Mercer effect has been a nightmare for Mags. Let's see. Look, I don't even have to move it much. There's Thor. He's actually sitting up. That's all the excitement you get. Oh! How did we not get messed up there? How did that even happen? Generally, I'm going to say no. Dad is not good at this game. But I still play it.
Enemies destroyed. Napalm strike awaiting orders.
Hostile spy plane is just overhead. Spy plane commencing surveillance operation.
Like I said, you gotta tickle the spot. It's like finding the map's G-spot. God damn it. Oh, fuck! Ah, yeah, we need to separate.
I've always thought champion.
Hold on. You're mine. Oh! Ah. That's it. Die! God's justice away!
Enemy counter spy plane inbound.
my god, we're both reloading!
Counter-strike deployment.
They're pissed right now.
Counter-spy plane is...
We're back and the mic's on. That's what's important. I do that once in a while, leave the mic off, and there's no excuse because it's lit when it's on and it's not when it's not. All right. I'm moving these things between folders because I have my folders set now. All right, so let's see. They're just trying to let us know they were an injured druid. There was an injured druid that needed our help. The druid was warning us about the goblins we were hunting. The party had killed the pixies of the druid. We would have been screwed. I'm always amazed at languages that players don't take and do take. Like, oh, let's take this one because it's cool because demons and shit like that. And it's like, you know what? You're probably never going to run into one. There's cool and there's practical. All right, save as. Let's set this one. All right, so that's our basic save. I think everything around this is grasslands and then inside is stone. So we'll be able to manage that. Let's do our terrain brush first. So I'm going to show, before I really start building this map, some of the things that come with this for building are really nice. Now, when I go into build tool, these are the base assets right here. All right. I've made maps with these. They're okay. They're not horrible, but they work well. So, and then most of the assets that I'll end up using, which I need to import some floor tiles apparently, are not the base assets, but the build tool is kind of nice because you can just go in and, you know, do this and, you know, make a building really quickly if you really wanted to. So for a really quick map, you can, I mean, I know that looks horrible, but you could go in 15, 20 minutes, bang out the outside, create walls, rooms, decorate with all the base assets in no time. It works very well. Let's do this because we don't want any of that. Now, what I end up doing is, you know, I used to mess with it that way, but there's so many assets that are much nicer. So what I'll do is use different textures and all to lay down the floor. Then I'll lay the walls around them and layer everything up so that it looks better. And that's how we're going to build it. Like I said, if you're in a hurry, this does a good job. I wish that the textures that you import would import into the build tool, but you know, you can get some of the walls in, but the floor textures won't come in, which is kind of sad because you can have really nice looking walls with really crappy looking floors. All right, so we go to settings and we're going to cheat. So we're going to go into our maps folder. We're going to go here. No, not Mad Mage. I'm so used to going into Mad Mage. I have to get out of that. This is going to be our trace image. Now, I think it's usually 2.56 is the scale, but I think this is not going to work on this map. Dog pill! Where's the grid? So we're at what, 1.63? Still too big. Is that it? Little shrinkage there. All right, that's lined up. Let's see if it stays lined up. You'll see it's kind of growing. I tell you what I normally do is use another tool to create the grid. In fact, I have an idea. Let's go through. I'm going to restart this map, and I'm going to show you what I do for some of the big maps like I did with Mad Mage. Where's that tool? I haven't mapped in like a month and a half because there were game releases that we wanted to play through, and we banged through those things in the last month and a half. And now we're back to mapping. It should be right here. This is where I'm not organized, is my freaking desktop. I think on one of my updates, it moved my shit around. Map-align, there it is. All right, so I use this, and what I like about it, once we get done, it gives us an exact grid size for the map, and then we just have to create a map in that grid. We bring it in, it's 100% ready to rock and roll. So let's do this. I think we're fine at 100% on this map the way it is. So what you do is you're going to try to get as close to one of these vertices as possible. And I try to do it center of map so that we can see what we're looking at. All right, now you can see the grid's already growing a little bit out there. See, here's our actual grid, and that's the grid we drew. We did it like right in here. So what you start doing is, since we know it's growing, we're going to do this. So on the width, we'll do minus a sixth plus an eighth. And this is just you just play with it until it works. All right, so the vertical lines look like they're all lined up. So that one's fine. What about the horizontal? I think we got lucky on those, but it might be a little bit off. See, it's kind of shrinking a little on the horizontal. So let's do this. There, we're good. Now, this is why I like using this. So there's the entire map. It's more than we need, but it doesn't matter. It'll give us room to play. So we're going to go ahead and export it. Tile output 100 pixels. We could even, if we really wanted to make it look really nice, because this is not going to be big, we could go to like 200 pixels. But we're going to go at 100. And that should be fine for this map. So now we'll save. It'll pop it in here, and you can see it's 31 wide by 21 high. And why that's important is we're going to do this. We're going to do new, discard, 31. Was it 21? Is that right? I think it is. We'll find out. All right, now this is where, watch, 2.56. Bam. It always works. There's our map. So when you're reproducing a map, making it your own so it has the stuff that you want in it, I like to use that tool to go ahead and get it set up. And I just bring it in, and I've got my map ready to go. Now, what I'll do, we're not going to have this stuff here saying escarpment and all this other crap. We're going to go ahead and simply create the rock face here, and then they're going to go in. And we'll take this rock face all the way across and, just do what we want to do. Take it down to about 25%. And there we go. But that's the easiest way to know exactly how big, how many hex squares you need to make this map work, or any map that you're importing to try to recreate. And Map-Align, I'm not even sure where you download it. I found that. The funny thing is, I found it on the forums for Fantasy Grounds. And so, I mean, if you're going to use it, you just have to look up Map-Align and you'll find it. It's a free tool. It's definitely worth what you pay for it. Not being facetious, but it's definitely worth getting. All right, so we know this is a high point, steps going down. This is a bridge going over. So we're going to have to, once we get it into our virtual tabletop, we're going to have to set up invisible walls here for them to walk across. But, you know, it's just one of those things where they're going to have, you've got to let your players understand there are limitations on how you pull a map in as to how these walls and stuff are going to work. The fact that this is elevated like 10 feet above this and they can't get to it because of a bridge in their way. Their pawn can probably jump up there unless we manage to put, what we'll do is put a wall here that they won't be able to see, but it will make it so that they'll be able to go across the bridge, but down here they're going to be screwed. And that you'll have to do inside the virtual tabletop, setting up that wall. All right, so I'm going to say we're going to set this up as, because they're never going to see this, we're going to set this up as grassland. And make our adjustments. We'll do fill. This is all a tree line and it's thick underbrush. So we're going to lay the trees down here so that they do block sight. So this is one of the few times that we'll do that, but it's supposed to be heavy brush and undergrowth. So we'll set the trees up here with heavy brush and undergrowth. Without the heavy brush and undergrowth, that will make it so they can't see here. It's like a little blind, basically. And there's some goblins hanging out there waiting for adventurers to come in. You know, it's just the way it is. They can't see in there. All right. So let's go ahead and mess with this terrain down here. I'm going to take tell you what, I'm going to take that trace image down a lot more, just so it's subtle. So we can just see the lines. So I want to see what's going on with this background and ground area, because I really want to mess with that and make it look a little bit nicer. And this is where, you know, we've got the one terrain thing there. We're going to go ahead and start throwing some other terrain down with the brush. Take our brush size down. I do want smooth blending. Do the same thing over here. I tell you what, I'm going to pull something up. take a look. See, some of this is going to be some of the things that I really hate doing. Like this is going to be one long wall line here, which if we use the building tool, it wouldn't be hard at all. We could cut this thing out in no time. But to make it look nicer, yeah, we don't do that. So I guess what I'm going to do, we're going to drop the cave floor in. So that's actually using the pattern shape. We have a cave floor that we use a lot for the caves because we like it. Where is it? Did we not import it? All right, I think we need to pull some assets. What the hell did we pull in? Did we pull nothing? Yeah, we pulled nothing. That's good. All right, so we need the terrain. We need the tile sets. We need the natural textures. I know we need storage. We need that. Not sure we need that, but we'll pull it in. We need the armory. We need fungi. I know we need rubble. And we need that, the clouds and water. Oh, it's locking up. It's pissed at me. Yeah, it's locked. I love when it does this. I think I'm going to have to, see, look, it's not even closing when I hit that. It's not responding, so we got to kill it. We had to kill it. And we didn't get to save it either, did we? Because we started a new one. $31 by $21. Am I right? Oh, that's from Assassin's Creed Valhalla. We've got like, oh my God, I don't even know, 250 hours on that game. We played a lot of Valhalla, and we added not enough when the new expansion came out. For $40, 20 hours of time was, pretty weak. That's my opinion. There. Now the new one's saved. So if we have any stupid issues, it's saved. All right. Let's do this again. Same group. And look, no assets. Clouds and water. See, I think it got mad because I started to open up another program. Now we'll wait for this to load, and everything should be fine. I feel accomplished, though, because we got 3 maps done. Not major maps, but we got 3 maps done. Let's see if this is opened up, and I can, while we're waiting for that, Now, these took forever to build. I'm going to let this finish loading, then I'm going to pop something. As long as it doesn't crash on that, then we're fine. Looks like I've got 2 players that might want to take off tonight, which means I can watch Moon Knight. I'm fine with them taking the day off. One got teeth pulled on Monday, and they're on meds and drowsy, and the other's having back pain. I'm rooting for Moon Knight. I'm going to be honest. I've waited for this to come for a while. In the early days of Dungeondraft, loading these assets, half of the time you were guaranteed a crash because there were memory leaks and so many issues in it. Now, it runs pretty well. There's a beta, but I haven't tried running that one. Tell you what, program didn't crash. I'm loading something else while we're waiting. So this is something else I've been mapping in. This is, I think I talked about it when we first got in. This is a 3D mapping program that is not really mature yet. I mean, it's supposed to be where it makes it easier, where you can come in and play. And this is like what we're getting ready to map. This is the Cragmole Hideout. So you've got the water in there. You've got your bridge. Man, I haven't logged into this in a while, but we spent a lot of streams building out this map. And in all honesty, I mean, it looks really nice. But it's not really built around being able to run combat in it. But if you have characters, I mean, I know I've seen people play using this. For me, it's just a matter of let's have fun and build out some of these maps and see how they look. But, I mean, you can bring in your dude, drop him in there, and he's ready to rock and roll and play. So it's almost like a tabletop where you've got a map down and you can sit down and, play some D&D. And it takes into account that each of these blocks is a 10-foot space. But, I mean, I don't consider it an issue, but there are people that think that this is like the most heinous thing ever because, everybody has to pay $25 to be able to play it. Your players have to buy a copy, everybody has to buy a copy. My personal opinion is that's not that bad. I mean, there's so many other things that cost a lot more. I mean, when I play D&D in person, there's so many people I play with who have spent ridiculous amounts of money just on fucking dice. So $25 to be able to come in and play on a 3D board, it's not that horrible. But we've built out Cragmole in here. Let's kill this guy. And it all works pretty nice. Like I said, it's been a while since I got in and used it, but, we built all the little passageways, all the little rooms. You've got the outside. It doesn't look bad when it's all said and done. Like I said, this is the goblin encounter that we just mapped. They come around the bend, come down here, and you've got your goblins all sitting here waiting. I think there are two more over here hidden. I'd have to go into GM mode. But it's nice. It's also a little bit clanky. It's very Minecraft-ish with how blocky it is, but you can get some stuff to make up for the fact that your floor and everything is very blocky. All right, we're ready to build now. All right, let's see if it brought in what I really wanted it to bring in. If it didn't, then I don't know where the hell it is. Yeah, it brought it in because it had to have been in that other asset pack because that was part of where it was. Cave floor. Here we go. So we're gonna basically come in here. We're gonna do this. I'd say the only problem with that program is, that like a lot of virtual tabletops, they'll have the ability to pull in different rule sets. You don't have your rule sets and stuff. But I think I said earlier, there is something you can use on that where you can set it up so your players can have their characters on D&D Beyond, and then generate their roles inside of D&D Beyond. And, you know, it's basically just like having a tabletop map, and that's the only thing you're using it for, is your tabletop map. You know, if that's sufficient for you and it's your thing, then, you know, it's not bad. I think I paid, like I said, it was $25, and all the assets inside of it are free. I mean, you get a lot of repetitive assets going, but you can get creative by layering stuff. So I may, after we get done with mapping this stuff out, before I move on to another Dungeondraft project, go in and work on a few more maps in there. Like I said, it's been a couple of, it's really been a few months since I've opened any mapping software. This is why I really like using tablet. And we're going to end up tracing this twice. Because this is just the floors. We need the walls. If you don't use a wall asset, then all the stuff I've talked about, the ability to create your line of sight and everything, that's gone. So we're going to end up doing this twice. We're going to take this out here. What I end up doing is overlapping some of these tiles that we're creating. So we don't have mega long lines. We're definitely not going into a Russian bread line here. Oops, that's fine. I used to freak out and start over, you know, if I had something that was, you know, if we didn't have absolute fidelity to the original map, I'd be like, oh, I got to redo it. Then I decided, you know what, my players don't know the difference, and nobody really gives a shit. So, yeah, I don't need to do that. So what I do with this stuff, I place it so it's on the underwater level, but that allows me to see the actual trace image. It doesn't affect how the map looks at all. It just makes it so that if you're running a trace image, stuff is not covered. That's just a trick that I use. It makes my life easier. You know, it's not something that if you're going to do this, you need to do, but I kind of prefer to do it that way. And I tell you, I always forget to do that. It's it's kind of funny. Why is it doing this? It's misbehaving. Look at that. It should be an arrow. Let's save. I'm going to reopen it because it's being bad. It shouldn't take any time to reload. There we go. See, now it's back to the way it should be. We're good. When I first started using this, I didn't even think to look for it. That, there would be a curve tool, which is what we're using to make the walls rounded. Even though it's a vector graphics program, and that's like a very basic control in that kind of stuff. I used to sit there and tap, 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 and click, click, click across the line to get my curves and all. And, yeah, that was dumb. But like they say, you live, you learn, right? I might end up running this as a party of 4 because it really is what it's built to be run with. And let's face it, larger parties do eliminate some of the jeopardy. I mean, I always scale it up. I think a lot of DMs forget that that's also part of the game, scaling combat to the party. Whether you're scaling APL, average party level, or scaling to party size, which, you know, a large party, even if it's within the level of the game, you know, that does increase the power of the party because, you know, just a few goblins versus 7 people versus some goblins versus 4 people. That's a big difference. That's damage that doesn't need to be spread around in order to make it lethal. And you know, I've said a lot of times in stream when I'm talking about D&D, I don't really believe any combat should be a face roll. There should always be jeopardy there. I mean, at first level, a critical hit, even from a goblin on a lot of character classes, should be enough to put you down. But I'm also the kind of person where, you know, if there's no risk, I think a lot of things aren't worth doing. I've never been risk averse. My wife would just say that I'm crazy after all the climbs I went on, that she went and panicked every time I was fucking up on the fucking mountain. She's the kind of person that gets nervous being on a ladder. Not that there's anything wrong with that. Everybody's got their own thing. I've always figured fear is something to be overcome. Do I want to go this far? You know, I'm going to go this far. I think I'm going to... think I am going to... I'm going to go out here and I'm going to do something I don't necessarily like to do on maps, but I'm going to do it anyway. And I'll show you what I'm talking about after we run this line. So you see right here, this is solid rock. We're going to end up creating wall here where they won't be able to see through it, so that column will be there. I'd rather have the inside of this rock and everything else look just like that, but it's not going to. I can live with that. Again, that's something, I mean, honestly, in the past, I would not have ever done that. Ever. I would have freaked out over that being like that. Now we have our terrains back. Let's pick that grass and do a fill. Now, you know what we're going to do? We're going to do rock, and then we're going to come out here and throw down texture outside there. Now, so I don't think we really have something that's going to fit the idea of a stream bed. So I'm going to do this too. So our stream bed will look like that. Then let's see if we can do this. Is that not filling in? That's not filling. It's fine. That'll work. You don't think that'll work, Tessie? Kind of have to make sure this overlaps a little bit so we don't have gaps in those textures. We're going to have to correct that line anyway. So let's delete some of these. So we're just looking for little errors like that. And this looks a little bit off, like it might, some of that background might pop through. See right there, that line? Pretty sure that's background. All right, so we're going to bring this all the way over here. All right, so that's got those zones created and separated. Now we just need rock walls. And then all through here, we'll have water that needs to go through. And I think what we're going to do is what we normally do. The small interior zones, we'll get those done first with the walls. Let's see. Earthy stone. No. Slate. Kind of leaning toward this. See how it looks on one of these small spots. Let's pick the smallest. And the other thing you need to remember when you are building maps, walls take volume. If you don't want to encroach in that square space too much, kind of need to go inside a little bit, or it will take up room inside your square that you might intend to be big enough for a character or something to be standing there. And this is, if we're being honest, this whole thing here is a relatively tight space. The way it's designed, so see, that does encroach a little bit there. But, oh, you know what? Fuck. Let's turn the shadow off. It's dark. There should be no shadow. So yeah, we're fine with that. We'll go with that wall. I'm going to go inside just a little bit more. And that's a real issue with Tailspire. Walls take up a lot of volume, and you have to figure that into your builds so that rooms end up working as intended on an original 2D map where walls are essentially a line. So you end up having to grow that map a bit, which I found that the hard way on one of the first maps I started messing with. And I mean, I ended up killing that entire map and just starting over because, I mean, there was a lot of volume taken up by those walls. Each square in that is supposed to be 5 feet inside of Tailspire, and walls are about 2 feet wide when you look at how thick they are. So, yeah, that can be problematic. Because I've seen, and I've done it, I did it too on my first build where I started counting out squares, building according to the square size on the map, and then, you start building it, and you've got, let's say you've got a 10 by 10 room, and you throw that wall on the outside, you're losing, essentially 5 feet of the room with the way the walls jut out. So you either have to adjust how you build, so you put the the walls on the outside of your rooms so that thickness is absorbed in space that should, you know, not really be affected by the wall thickness. But then it means you've got to start recalculating everything inside your build outside of that first original room. And I know if I jump in and start doing some Tailspire builds again, I'm going to run into the same issues and having to recalculate each additional room that I add to a building and create additional space between them. Where with this, you can kind of make up for it with just popping this inside a little bit, and it doesn't eat up too much of your actual space. And this zone here is designed so that they can kind of see through a crack, but they can't get through there. So I'm fine with what this is going to do. Really jutted in more than we wanted. I'm going to get rid of that whole wall. So I think what we'll need to do, let me do a test draw here. We're going to need to really just kind of go across like here to here and here to here to let that create the space it's supposed to. That pulls that in. And the next wall is going to have to just kind of go across there. So we have one more small interior, and then this is gonna be a pain in the butt wall going all the way around this outside like that in one run. All right. I think we're going to call it here. It's 20 after 3. I said I was going to cut off at 3. We'll work on the walls some more tomorrow, and then we'll build this out. I'm pretty sure we'll end up mapping more tomorrow. We'll see. I'm pretty sure I want to finish this. So we'll finish Cragmole Hideout, maybe jump to the next section tomorrow and do some more randoms. And then Friday we'll jump back on Mass Effect Andromeda and get a little bit more into the story there. But that'll be it for the day. I'm going to go hit the gym. I've got to train back. And maybe buys. We'll see how that feels. But got to do that. Then start worrying about dinner and my game tonight. We'll see if the players want to bail and let me watch Moon Knight. I'm hoping so. So everybody, have an awesome rest of your day.